The evolutionary history of man that we see so typically represented in our history textbooks simply does not fit the picture of the evidence that we find in archaeology. With the possible exception of the last 100 years, maybe 200, the further back we go in history, the more advanced the technology and the more sophisticated the evidence indicates the people were. That's not the picture you see in the textbook, but what we see from the facts. And in fact, that is so obvious and so clearly demonstrated that I think maybe we ought to change the histories rather than try to juggle the facts. We find this kind of documentation and acknowledgement even from those who are humanists, who are evolutionists. That would certainly be the case with William Prescott. And in his book, The Conquest of Peru, he makes this point on a number of occasions. Now, he is not a creationist by any means, but he is acknowledging evidence that I believe certainly sustains or supports the concept of creation, a recent creation. He says, for example, the memorials of the past remains of temples, aqueducts, other public works, which, whatever degree of science they may display in their execution, astonish by their number, the massive character of the materials, the grandeur of their design. Now, this is a statement that describes literally dozens of places throughout South America that demonstrate amazing technology, as well as the coexistence of humans and dinosaurs, which, of course, evolutionists cannot tolerate. Most of the work that we'll be looking at today is in the area of Peru and Bolivia. Our work was done in Peru, primarily in the area of Inca, near the Paracas Peninsula, in Nazca, in that area. And we see here the scenic Pan American Highway as it travels through this area. It is the most desolate area you could ever imagine. It hasn't rained there for 100 years. You can't find a blade of grass for just on and on and on. It's amazing. And that desolation continues right on out to the coast. And this is an area that we were interested in initially. And we'll talk more about a boulder that fell off of that cliff down to the beach. But as we walked along the beach, we saw, about the only thing we saw were the pelicans, which I think are somewhat symbolic of desolation, where there's no rain and it's just dryness and desert. We see pictured here Dr. Javier Cabrera, who was 20 years head of the Department of Medicine at the University of Lima, with his hand behind a fossil skull embedded in a tertiary boulder with a modern skull in the foreground for scale. Now, being head of the Department of Medicine, he knows what a human skull looks like. He brought that there for comparison and brought this to our attention. He says in this tertiary boulder, which is very close to, that's the next layer above the dinosaurs, some 60 million years ago, we've got a human skull. Well, we came down to investigate that, and by the time we had gotten there, it had been sabotaged. Actually, he had made some comments to reporters. They had mentioned it in the newspaper, and someone destroyed it. And here you can see the hole where that skull was. It was bashed and completely removed. We did investigate some interesting phenomenon in association with this, layering with what we would call seashells, the phyllosauropods, that were closed and buried alive. We made a presentation on this at the GSA, Geological Society of American Convention, about 5,000 geologists, showing evidence for the rapid formation of this layer based on the buried alive clams and seashells, so to speak. We went on to talk with Dr. Cabrera, who is a very interesting person, who has some different ideas, we'll say, some that I certainly would not concur in. But he is a scientist. He is very conscientious in his interpretation of some of this evidence. And he's seen pictured here in his mansion in Inca. He retired to be cultural anthropologist of Inca. His father had begun collecting burial stones from the Inca tombs back in the 30s, and after his death he continued to collect these burial stones as well as artifacts from the tombs. They appear to be connected primarily with the Nazca culture. Many are familiar with the Nazca lines, which were carved in the desert, depicting perhaps some of the gods that they worshipped in that ancient time, but they're huge sculptures in the desert floor. On these burial stones, you see figures of the monkey and the hummingbird, for example, and the tail of the monkey up above him there seen in the circular form, that are certainly similar to these carvings on the desert floor, which are amazing in that they cover sometimes hundreds of yards, up to half a mile in dimension, and you can't see them from the desert floor. You have to be up in the air. These pictures we took as we were flying over in a rented Cessna, and there you can see the same style monkey with that circular tail. You can see in this picture the hummingbird there in the right-hand side of the picture, here a spider. But these are huge in dimension, hundreds of yards, that are visible only from the air. I think they were worshiping these things as representations of the gods which they thought lived in the air, and they made them big enough for them to see them. But it was an amazing technological achievement to be able to do that. Several university grad students have tried to reproduce that and found it impossible. One interesting figure that Eric von Däniken had featured, interpreting this as an astronaut. And so here we have the astronaut who's waving at us, and notice his head with the space helmet on. Well, further investigation made nonsense out of that interpretation. This is what we actually see when we can investigate with infrared and with other technology that shows the form even better. He has a fish under his elbow on a stringer. He has a net in the other hand. And looking back at that again, yes, you can see under his elbow the fish and the net. But infrared reveals that in unmistakable detail. This is not an astronaut, but this is a fisherman and maybe waving to a fish god, I'm not sure. But how did they do this? Well, it would take sophisticated mathematics to do some of those figures, but it would take more than that. And one of the things that we've learned is that these people used hot air balloons. They flew. Now that's astounding when we're talking about probably 2,000 to 3,000 years ago. There are various dates, but probably, well, at least 2,000. 2,500 is a generally accepted date. But notice the statement here by Jim Woodman in his book, What Kon-Tiki Uncovered About Man's Mastery of the Sea. Nazca now reveals about man's conquest of the air. Now, Kon-Tiki was the reproduction of these reed boats, which they made and then sailed from South America all the way to Australia to show that they were seaworthy and that these myths, some had called them, were actually rooted in fact and could actually be repeated. He did that. Well, what Kon-Tiki showed about man's mastery of the sea, he says now is repeated. Men flew 2,000 years ago, and they have found the description of these and recreated them. They actually recreate the flying machines that ascended from Nazca's desert floor long ago, and he concludes these were men of stunning sophistication and intelligence. And yes, they did reproduce this. They made some and flew them just as the people from Nazca did, and from the air they could see and direct the manufacture of these huge features. But this is the culture that the stones are connected with. They worshipped heavenly bodies. They measured the movement of the heavenly bodies in a very sophisticated manner and produced a calendar that is absolutely stunning, as was the case with other cultures in South America. Here again from Hancock's book describing their calendar, strangely enough, its origins wrapped in the mist of antiquity far deeper than the 16th century. The Mayan calendar achieved an even greater accuracy. It calculated the solar year at 365.2420 days. a minus era of 0.20002 of a day, much more sophisticated than our calendars today. These obviously were not dummies and measured the movement of heavenly bodies with incredible sophistication. When we look at what's depicted on the stones, we see what appears to be brain surgery seen here in great detail. We know of the terplanning, the mysterious holes drilled in the skull, which almost all show evidence of healing. They did it very well. But this appears to depict something more sophisticated than that. We have found a number of skulls that had been operated on, if you please, with brain surgery, and almost all of them show significant healing, showing they survived the surgery and continued to heal. Here, almost completely healed over. These, again, were not dummies that were dragging their mate by the hair of the head and club in the other hand. These were men with sophisticated intelligence. Here they seem to be performing a cesarean surgery. One of the things that we see depicted on these stones that is not that impressive to me, maybe to some, is that about a third of them are some of the most disgusting pornography that you could ever imagine. This is as close as I'll get to showing it to you, but it's a book that depicts this, and we have museums devoted just to this pornographic depiction from burial stones and from ceramic figurines, from their drinking vessels, from vases and so forth. That shows the kind of culture that existed at that time. It was a disgusting culture, though it was very prosperous and wealthy, and they had slaves, they had lots of gold, and they lived very well. They were amazing engineers. We're looking here at a water channel that was designed to bring water from the Andes over about 150 miles, and it's underground, about 50 feet underground most of the way, through very amazingly sophisticated channels here surfacing so that people would have access to the water along the way. Most of the access is gained through these spiral accesses where you go down to the level where the water was, and you have 7 of these spiral accesses in one of the major cities there. And so it continued to take the water along the way 50 feet underground, and the people could go down and get the water and then come back. Notice the description of the engineering involved in industrial research and development. The hydraulic simulation showed that the new channels were completely modern in design. They relied on concepts of fluid dynamics that Western hydrologists only started to apply in the past century, again, before the time of Christ. But what's really interesting about these burial stones collected by Cabrera and a number of others is the fact that they depict dinosaurs. Here is one of the large stones here in the center of a room he has built for displaying this in the front of his 300-year-old mansion. He is a descendant of the conquistadors. This is one of the castles they built, and he lives in it. And of course, he passed away in 2002. But looking closely at this stone, you can see the very obvious dinosaur with the dermal frills on its back, a man sitting atop fighting, evidently. And then we look at the top of the stone, and we see it's ornately covered with carvings. And a closer view, you see the upper right-hand corner, the very obvious sauropod dinosaur with the man in his mouth, dangling by the foot. Beautifully and artistically done in stone. But there are thousands of these. Some 11,000 burial stones have been collected by the Cabreras. About a third of them are this disgusting pornography, and then about a third of them are of dinosaurs. Here we see many of them are shown with man associated, but in battle. Here he's chopping the neck. In this one, he's already chopped the neck and holding the head in his hand of possibly a juvenile form, but then looks like Mama has got him from behind, or at least another younger one attacking him, and together with a much larger one on the same stone. Another one here is being bitten as he rides on the back. Notice the variety in styles. This is rather Oriental in style, very different, but obviously very similar. This one's very, maybe literalistic, if you please. Some almost cartoonish. Another Oriental style dinosaur. This beautiful stone is almost 4 feet tall. Again, very artistically done with the dermal frills on the back, which were written up for the first time in Geology magazine in 1992, when Mr. Sinclair depicted his dinosaur on the Sinclair dinosaur sign. He didn't know it had dermal frills on the back, but they did down in Peru over 2,000 years ago, and here we see them depicted on the stones. It looks like a scene maybe out of Jurassic Park. No question about the species that's depicted here. Some rather artistically and stylistically done, cartoonish, and then very literal. Here are a number of different species depicted on the same stone. Again, a tremendous variety is obvious. One person, again, did not do this. But this is not the only museum that depicts dinosaurs on the burial stones. Another very interesting display of these stones is seen in the museum there in Inca. It was actually established by Dr. Cabrera over 20 years ago. They have a collection, but they will not display it. We had talked to the brother of Carlos Solti, Pablos, who had donated the collection to the museum about 15 years ago, and we had seen pictures of the stones that he had donated. His brother had excavated them in the 50s near the village of Okekehi, and then donated this to the museum upon the death of his brother. We went there, said, we want to see this collection. They said, it doesn't exist, that's a myth. We said, we've seen the pictures, we've talked to the one who donated the collection. They said, well, yes, okay, it does exist, but they're in storage and you can't see them. We insisted, saying this is a museum that's not supposed to hide things, it's supposed to show things. They said, well, you can't do this unless you're authorized by an official museum with 48 hours notice. We said, we think we can handle that, and we did. We got a letter from an official state-authorized museum authorizing us to examine them. With 48 hours notice, we came back. They still refused. They said, you will not be allowed to examine these. They were stonewalling. Dr. Swift eventually did gain access last year and got pictures, and yes, they are virtually, well, they are the same as the ones that we see in the Jules Rudd collection with dinosaurs on them. We did get to examine the ones in the collection at the Aeronautical Museum in Lima, pictured here. Years ago, there were many more. They have disappeared over the years. There were several hundred initially. There are about 40 that remain. But here we see one on the floor in the room where they are displayed, and these are the poorer ones. The better ones have disappeared, but you can still see the dinosaurs on the stones displayed in the Aeronautical Museum in Lima. In the museum in Nazca, likewise, they have some of the carved stones on display. And here we see Dr. Swift laboring as he holds up one of the stones for the camera. The stones are exhibited in the Cabrera Museum, where there are 11,000 of them. In the Museum of Inca, where they're hidden, and they wouldn't allow us to see them. Dr. Swift did eventually get, and then the Nazca Museum and the Aeronautical Museum and the Naval Museum. But we see here the museums which have these stones, all but one of them have them on display that can be seen today. We traveled to the village of Okekehi, where a number of these stones, or at least in the area, where a number of these stones had been excavated in the 50s by Carlos Solti, who was the rector of the College of Engineers in Lima. And there we see an obviously very depressed area. We see individuals who just eking out a living. Basilio Achua is one of the individuals here who has found a number of these stones and had taken them to Dr. Cabrera. He took us out to the place where many had been excavated, and we could see the actual tombs and see some of the stones in the tombs. As we walked along this desolate area, you could see the bones that had been strewn along the way by the grave robbers, who weren't interested in the bones at all, but in the artifacts that they could dig out to sell. In these tombs, you see amazing preservation, even of flesh parts. In an area where it hasn't rained for 100 years, the dryness of the desert is excellent for preservation. But in these tombs, you can see the remains of the mummies. This is a trophy head that was worn on the belt by this brutal culture. In one of the nearby museums, you see the skulls with a hole in the head. This means that was a trophy head. It had been worn by somebody who had evidently killed them in battle. But as we look at these tombs, we see often babies with mothers. Maybe if the mother died, they couldn't take care of the babies. And I don't know the whole story, but it doesn't look like a nice story. Here we see one of the well-preserved mummies together with a number of bones that have been found in the area. And in this particular tomb, you see one of the burial stones in situ, in place. And you see this on a number of occasions. Here's another one of the burial stones beside one of the mummies with a dinosaur on it. This one was excavated in 2005. The drawing here shows what's seen on it, not as dramatically clear as with some of them, but it can be seen very clearly. It has been examined carefully by a number of laboratories, and we see the close-up of some of the carvings showing the patina in the grooves, also testifying to its antiquity. This was one that was excavated in 2006 that is in a collection that I own. This is about a 70-pound stone. It has 3 dinosaurs on it. It was from about 100 miles away from the Paracas Peninsula, and the carving style is slightly different. You can see the teeth are raised rather than incised. The bias relief is in evidence here, but the same style, again depicting the dinosaurs. Many say, well, Cabrera was a strange fella, and we can't depend on his testimony. Well, I think he was a very credible witness, but we have many, many different sources. Notice that the first one is the Spanish priest who in 1525 described these stones, and there have been several reports of this. The chronicler of the Incas wrote of these stones in 1570. In detail, they found the stones with the strange animals on them. And then Bolivia Cabrera, the grandfather of the one that we worked with there, began collecting the stones in the 30s, and then Javier Cabrera continued the collection, amassing some 11,000 of the stones. He was professor of medicine at the University of Lima, head of the Department of Medicine for 20 years. He established the largest teaching hospital in Peru and retired to be cultural anthropologist for Inca. This is not a lightweight in terms of a witness, but if you want to ignore him, there are many others. There's Carlos Solti, who excavated the stones at Ocoqueji in the 50s. Pablo Solti, who is his brother, donated the stones to the museum in 1968. The museum denied it, promised to show them to us if we met their conditions, and then refused, but then finally did reveal them. Yes, they have them there. And then Basilio Achua of Ocoqueji excavated a number of the stones. The Aeronautical Museum displays many of the stones today, as does the Regional Museum in Nazca. I, together with Dr. Swift, have observed them in the tombs in situ. University of Bonn in Germany has confirmed the oxidized patina in a number of the stones, and grave robbers continue to excavate these carved stones. You can still dig them up. Now, that's an impressive array of confirmation. And if you don't like Dr. Cabrera, then okay, toss him out. You still have an impressive array of confirmation. In addition to the stones, we find in the tombs other things that display the dinosaurs, like the textiles, the burial cloths that were associated with them. Many of them show the dinosaur motif, as do the vases, the pottery. This is in the National Museum in Lima. It has a sign circa 2,500 years before present. And then the Moshi vases, very famous for their style, inability to reproduce them. They're showing clearly dinosaurs. And then some of the gold death masks that were found up in northern Peru likewise show the dinosaurs. Notice the dermal frills on the back, the huge teeth, the tail curving up over their back on either side of the face here. It's obvious that the people of Peru were seeing dinosaurs from their vases and their death masks and their textiles, as well as the thousands of stones that can be seen today. I think that's just really irrefutable evidence. Now, let's travel to Bolivia. Here we see the capital of Bolivia, La Paz, one of the highest cities in the world, and there is very interesting evidence here. The Amante Indians, as they're called, are the natives that were here before the Spaniards arrived. And when we look at their traditions, we look at the history that they all are aware of, at least from their folklore. It's very interesting. They all know of the Viracocha, the sky god, the creator god, who sent his son to die for the sins of the world. And they were looking for the return of his son. They know about Tomas, the man with the book. It's interesting that a lot of Christians think that, yes, the gospel was preached to the whole world, but they don't believe the whole world had the gospel preached to it. And I think we see evidence that some of them came to this part of the country. Most of the Amante live up on the barren plain, the Altiplano, which is a huge plain over 180 miles long and about 60 miles wide. That's almost 14,000 feet in the air. That thin air is very difficult to make a living in, but they do, mostly growing potatoes in very ingenious ways. Here's one of the Amante women who's returned from about a 20-kilometer trek to go to the grocery store. It's a very difficult life. We talked with a number of them, and each of them told us of the knowledge of Viracocha, the sky god. Yes, they knew about that, and many of them are polygamous. They worship idols, and they make sacrifices to those idols. But they also know that in the past that wasn't the case, and that there was the worship of the one true creator God in the past. We're reminded of Acts chapter 1, where Jesus told the apostles that you will be my witnesses both in Jerusalem and in all Judea and Samaria, even to the remotest parts of the earth. I think we see evidence of that when we see Tomas, man with the book. There are statues, there are paintings of him, showing him in this long robe, the attire of the first century, with the codex under his arm. Evidently he came here and taught. Notice the statement by William Prescott, who comments on the evidence for this. He's the atheist, the one who is certainly no creationist. In his book, Conquest of Peru, he says it's a remarkable fact that many, if not most, of the rude tribes inhabiting the vast American continent, however disfigured their creeds may have been in other respects by childish superstition, had attained to the sublime conception of the one great spirit, the creator of the universe. And now this is not many, he said, many, if not most, had attained to this concept, the creator God, who was not to be dishonored at attempt at visual representation. He would not allow idolatry. But this is true in the backgrounds, he says, of most of the people of South America. And then he talks about some of the things that they have in their culture. Among the traditions of importance is one of the deluge, which they held in common with so many nations in all parts of the globe. And then he says Orthodox Spaniards who first came to the country saw striking resemblance to Christian communion. They were practicing probably a polluted form, but a form of the communion, which he goes on to say was evidence that some of the primitive teachers of the gospel, perhaps an apostle himself, had paid a visit to these distant regions and scattered over them the seeds of religious truth. Now, he would use truth in a accommodative sense because he's not a believer that this is the truth, but nevertheless sees evidence that there was an apostle here and that Christianity was planted here at an early time and that they were expecting the Son of the Creator God to come. I think this is interesting information from an atheist. We traveled to Lake Titicaca, a very interesting area which straddles the border between Peru and Bolivia. Here we see people who make a living often weaving these reed boats, some of them very large and much larger than this, some of them, and it's an amazing similarity that can be demonstrated between these boats and those that we find in Egypt made of exactly the same material, the same style. I think it's obvious that there was a connection here, and Kon-Tiki helped to demonstrate that we mentioned earlier. Notice the description that we find here in U.S. News and World Report. Alan Kalata and his colleagues, University of Chicago, reproduced the irrigation technology practiced 1,500 years ago by the Tiwanaku people in test plots near modern-day Bolivia's Lake Titicaca. The resulting bumper crops, in some cases 7 times the average yield of the land farmed using modern techniques. Now, we think we know how to do things in a modern way today, but when he reproduced what these dummies did, he got 7 times the produce than our modern techniques. They found if by osmosis they absorbed the water from beneath rather than just pouring the water on top, it worked much. That was one of the things that they changed, but these, again, were no dummies. When we look at the history of the past, we see sophistication. When we go to the city, the ancient city of Tiwanaku, the ruins of it, we see tremendous sophistication indicated. Here in this huge gateway to the sun, this is carved from one huge granite boulder and transported over 200 kilometers. We know, we can see where they quarried it, where it came from. It was broken by an earthquake just in recent modern times. How did they carve this? How did they transport this from 2,000 years ago? I'm standing here on some of the ruins of one of the temples, and notice the huge nature of these stones, and notice the surfaces. They're not close to perfect. They are absolutely perfect, plain flat. You want to try to do that yourself? This is an amazing accomplishment. And when we look at the specifics of the construction, notice that where they join these rocks there, these staples that actually had depressions carved in the rock, metal poured into it, and we find the metal staples in the nearby museum. This linked the stones together in a way that would help resist the earthquakes. And what just blew my mind was this was exactly the same type of feature that we find in the temples in Cambodia. We traveled there year before last and noticed those staples or metals that held the stones together there where the fellow is holding the scale, and then higher up above. We look at other examples from Cambodia, and now then we're back in Bolivia, and we see the same type of construction, the mitered corners, which were constructed to last for many, many years. We see great sophistication, and then we see deterioration. We see things going downhill, and that's the general picture. This is, by the way, what we see in Egypt, defining the devolved nature of the evidence. Here from Scientific American, the Pyramid Age had come to an end, having lasted little more than a century. Pyramids were still being erected, but they rapidly became smaller and shoddier. They began on the grandest scale and went downhill. That's the picture that we see in archaeology over and over again. One thing that was of great interest to me there at Tiwanaku was the tremendous range of ethnic faces that were depicted on the walls as well as in some of the figurines. There were, I think, very obvious Egyptian and Negroid and Oriental faces that we could see. We saw them in the sunken gardens, for example. there at Tiwanaku with this entrance gateway to the sun in the background. These faces seem to be designed to depict a brotherhood of man, or at least a great range of ethnicity. Here the Negroid type is obvious, and many of them, of course, Oriental, and some strange faces that we can see here represented. Some of them were, I think, a very obvious Egyptian motif, as is the representation here. In some of the Acambaro figurines from Mexico, we pointed out there was the Oriental, here the Mexican motif, and then very obvious Oriental shapes. Some of them were African. Again, the point is they traveled around the world a long time ago. The idea that Columbus discovered America is ridiculous. Here, these African figurines from over 2,000 years ago in the Acambaro collection, together with European, show that the various groups around the world were known. Here, very obvious African forms, and then the Oriental, very characteristic Oriental. By the way, this is the Q on the back of that head that we just saw that was broken from this statue. The Olmec faces are very Oriental looking. That's been pointed out for a number of years, seen in the basaltic heads. Dr. Chu of the Dallas area, Texas Christian University, has documented this from a number of sources. First, the jade that's found there with the Olmecs is found only in China. And he says this is from the Qing dynasty. He has evidence of it that has been reported in the standard journals. Here, ABC is reporting on it. Chu discovered jade, stone, and pottery artifacts attributed to the Olmec, believed to be ancestors of the Maya. The artistic motifs on the objects bear an extraordinary resemblance to the Chinese bone inscriptions from the Qing dynasty of about 1600 to 1100 BC. Symbols for agriculture, astronomy, rain, religion, sacrifice, all of these were nearly identical. The language, the symbols, here's the ear treatment from the Qing dynasty and from the Olmecs. Again, now from Discover magazine. 3,000 years before the egg roll joined America's fast food menu, a group of Chinese immigrants may have sailed to the New World. Well, 3,000 years ago, Chinese came to America. What happened to Columbus? That's kind of old hat at this point. He has proof in their own handwriting, and he shows examples. Here we see the symbols for divine in the Olmec, in the Qing, and then modern, for temple, and for container, and for worship, for small. It's absolutely identical. For offer, again, the language, the alphabet is identical. This came from China some 3,000 years ago and has readily been acknowledged now. Even the Japan Times, notice here from August 1999 from Beijing, the evidence showing similarities between the ancient native markings in Central America and ancient Chinese characters has added fuel to the theories that Chinese arrived in America as early as 3,000 years ago, as Chinese state press reported Thursday. They were not dummies. They traveled around the world long, long before Columbus arrived here. Now we travel back to Peru, this time to Cusco, where we see amazing sophistication likewise demonstrated. Down south of Lima, up in the highlands, we see stones that were cut with amazing sophistication. Here is a stone fortress, and it's not in the style that we use, where there is a row upon row upon row, where there is a line between the stones, which, of course, the cracks follow if there's a shift in the foundation. In this area with earthquakes, they had shifts in foundations, and so they made irregular stones, cut just incredibly, and this is granite. This is as hard as it gets. And the way they cut these stones is just absolutely mind-boggling. Obviously, not something that I would know how to do. And notice the stone in the center here. This has 12 different angles, and it fits into the angles of the stone around it. perfectly. And when you remove the stones around it, you see even the little imperfections in one stone match the imperfections in the other. It's just an incredible match. No need for mortar. They fit perfectly and, of course, resist the earthquakes. These, again, were not dummies. Notice the statement that we find from Mr. Nuremberg. What's truly impossible about the block, and he's talking about the largest block that they found here, again, cut with angles all around it, it is the size of a 5-story house and weighs an estimated 20,000 tons. Now, this came from 200 kilometers away. We have no combination of machinery today that could dislodge such a weight, let alone move it any distance. Now, that may have some people that would argue, but that's at least close to so. Shows their mastery of technology, certainly, which we have not attained as yet. Again, not dummies, but the further back you go, the more sophisticated you get. Just amazing sophistication. Now, let's sum this up and raise some questions. Why is it that we see just this incredibly depressed, terribly poor area today? This is what's left of the incredibly sophisticated, very wealthy, prosperous society in the past. In fact, they really make a living off of the ancient society today. About the best living is grave robbing. Why is it like this, and why was it so different in the past? Well, I'd like to suggest an idea. It was because of their pornography, because of their cruelty, because of their wickedness. Now, would that cause the people, the land to become desolate? Well, I know God has done this in the past because He said so. In Ezekiel chapter 30, we read, "Thus says the Lord, those who uphold Egypt shall fall." Now, Egypt had become cruel, very idolatrous. They had mistreated God's people. And Ezekiel prophesied, the pride of her power shall come down from Middal to Syene. Those within her shall fall by the sword, says the Lord. And he continues saying, they shall be desolate in the midst of the desolate countries, and her cities shall be in the midst of cities that are laid waste. Could you find a better description of Egypt? Now, when you look in Genesis, Egypt was like the Garden of Eden. It fed the world in Joseph's time, but here it's desolate in the midst of countries that are desolate. God turned their water off and said that He would, and then now we see that is exactly what happened. Notice back in Genesis chapter 13, Lot lifted up his eyes, seeth a whole circuit of the Jordan that's all a watered country before Jehovah's destroying of Sodom and Gomorrah, as Jehovah's garden, as the land of Egypt. The land of Egypt was a watered country. Today, that's not the way it looks, is it? And similarly, notice from Zephaniah chapter 2, He will stretch out His hand to the north and destroy Assyria, another country that ruled the world in Bible times. Make Nineveh a desolation, the site of one of the 7 wonders of the world, the Hanging Gardens. But He says, I'm going to make Nineveh as dry as the wilderness. And He continues describing what's going to happen. The herd shall lie down in her midst, the beast of the nation, both the pelican and the bittern shall lodge in the capitals. Here, the symbols of desolation, interestingly referring to the pelican. Their voice shall sing in the windows, desolation shall be at the threshold. Well, of course, this is the area of Iraq today, and we look to that area and you couldn't find a more obvious depiction of desolation. Here, the pelican is specifically referred to in verse 11, and the porcupine shall possess it, the owl and the raven shall dwell in it, he shall stretch out over it the lines of confusion and the stones of emptiness. Well, that's exactly what we see in Peru. Do we think God can't see across the ocean? He rules the nations, not just those associated with Israel. And He saw a wicked nation, and it was a prosperous nation at that time, but it is not today. You remember Solomon said that righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a disgrace to any people. And God judges accordingly. Again, from Revelation chapter 19, we're told very plainly that the Messiah would rule and smite the nations. He would rule them with a rod of iron. We believe in the Messiah. Do we believe he's ruling the nations with a rod of iron? Well, I think we see abundant evidence that that's true. Conclusions that we can draw from this we'll illustrate this way. First, evolutionary history is wrong. We see incredible sophistication in the past. We see degeneration from that sophistication. We see that dinosaurs and man did coexist, and we see abundant evidence of that coexistence from their pottery and from the stones and from the textiles and from the death masks, also evidencing the fact that evolutionary history is wrong. We see the gospel was preached in all creation. They knew Thomas, the man with the book. We see evidence that travel took place 3,000 years ago around the globe, not just recently. And we see that, I believe, the Messiah judges nations. We see the stones of emptiness. We see the desolation that comes when righteousness does not exalt a nation, but when sin is a reproach and brings embarrassment and judgment by the Messiah. These conclusions, I think, are obvious when we look at history, and I think we need to take them to heart. Scientists believe that man never saw a dinosaur, that they're separated from man by 100 million years, or at least 65 million years. There are, however, many scientists who disagree with that based on the empirical evidence. And there is a great deal of evidence that man and dinosaur did exist at the same time. We want to look at some of that evidence this morning, especially what we find in Acambaro, Mexico. This is an area where we find ceramic dinosaurs from over 3,000 years ago that were excavated in the early 1900s. It's very obvious that these ceramic figurines are of dinosaurs. There are a number of different styles and materials that were used in making them. This is down in Mexico in the Central Highlands in the state of Guanajuato in the city of Acambaro. This is a very interesting colonial city with a rich history. And in this brochure that advertises the city, we're told that there we find the Chipiquaro culture, which was over 3,200 years ago. And it is from that culture that we find these figurines. The culture was actually defined and discovered, or co-discoverer, Waldemar Julsrud, who immigrated from Germany to Mexico in the early 1900s. He was actually escaping what he saw developing in Germany at that time that he did not appreciate and wanted his boys away from that. And to escape Nazi Germany, came to Mexico. He was a trained archaeologist and became very famous for his work here in Mexico. And certainly well known in the city. This is the museum that houses most of the Chipiquaro figurines and artifacts, and is the museum of the Chipiquaro culture in the city, Chipiquaro, just about 8 kilometers north of Acambaro in the same vicinity. In the early 1900s, Waldemar Julsrud was a prominent resident here of the city, and was riding horseback one morning out in the outskirts of town near El Toro. This is a mountain there at the edge of the city. And at the base, we find a number of archaeological excavations. He was riding along an irrigation ditch and saw some of the figurines sticking out, stopped and excavated them, and from that found thousands of these, and ultimately collected over 30,000, which filled his house. He was consumed with his interest in this culture, and especially the dinosaur figurines. This is the house as it appears today. It's been turned into a hardware store, but it's a large mansion that takes up most of a city block. Charles Hapgood actually brought my attention to this. He's professor of history, or was professor of history and anthropology at the University of New Hampshire. He is now deceased. But he had heard about these and came down to Mexico to investigate. And these are photographs that were taken when he was investigating in the early 50s. And from these photographs, you can see that obviously they're strange creatures, but especially here in the foreground, you see obviously dinosaurian features. And these were from the collection that had been amassed by Waldemar Julsrud over a number of years while he was collecting these. Hapgood enlisted the aid of Earl Stanley Gardner, who was a friend, obviously very good at investigating mysteries. He was a criminologist. He had been district attorney in the county of Ventura in California for over 30 years, and of course had written the Perry Mason stories. And he's the author of those famous TV movies, as well as many, many books. He's referred to on the website that describes him as the world's most famous lawyer. He wrote a book about this mystery called The Host with the Big Hat. The same author that wrote Perry Mason described this mystery and his investigation of it. Obviously, it's controversial because it describes the coexistence of humans and dinosaurs, and some scientists would just dismiss it outright because of the philosophical implications, not because of the actual evidence. This would fly in the face of evolutionary theory, and so no matter who it is or how much evidence, they're not going to accept it. Here we see a picture of Professor Hapgood, Earl Stanley Gardner, together with Carlos Julsrud, who was the son of Waldemar Julsrud, and they worked together to try to solve this mystery and to prove that the father, Waldemar Julsrud, was not the one who manufactured these, which is what the critics were saying. 33,000 figurines, a variety of styles and materials, just mind-boggling array, all from one individual was the, I think, ridiculous claim. But Earl Stanley Gardner was enlisted to help investigate this and to prove it. And here we see him looking closely at some of these figurines, and he has pictures of them in his book. Here is one of the pictures from his book, and we notice the title, which says that dinosaurs do appear abundantly throughout the collection. He interviewed at length Carlos, the son of Waldemar Julsrud, who had gone out with his father to excavate on a number of occasions and had found numbers of these things while he was working with his father. He also here is seen interviewing Professor Hapgood, and the two of them worked together. And notice in his book the description of the work that was done to refute the idea that Waldemar Julsrud was the author, the manufacturer, the source of these dinosaur figurines. Here, quoting from Earl Stanley Gardner, Professor Hapgood lay awake at night trying to devise new tests, new places to dig. He even went to a road which had apparently been undisturbed for many years, and by many years he's referring to hundreds of years. He dug under the road with permission from the government, and sure enough found the Julsrud type figurines under the road. He continues saying, in many places in Mexico, boundary lines between fields are marked by stone walls which are hundreds of years old, And he goes on to describe excavation under these walls where, again, they found examples of the Jules Rudd type figurines, including dinosaurs. And then an amazing, just ingenious test was proposed together with the chief of police of Accombaro. His house had been built some 50 years before Jules Rudd immigrated from Germany. It was one of the original houses. Adobe brick was the construction material. He said, let's dig under the house of the police chief, under the living room floor. And if these figurines are found there, then obviously Jules Rudd would not be the source of this material. And so they did that. Here we see the mayor standing in attention. He also conducted a 3-month investigation into the possibility that maybe someone had manufactured these, questioning people throughout the area for any knowledge of anyone manufacturing such figurines. When you fire them, it would be known. Here we see a brick factory right at the base of El Toro, where many of them were found. When you fire the brick, you make smoke, and especially when you're burning wood, which would be the source of the fire, the material to fire them. And you can't do this without being known. And in a 3-month investigation, the police chief found no evidence that they had been manufactured recently. In the book, Host with a Big Hat, Earl Stanley Gardner pictures here a diagram of the police chief's house, and there under the floor, it's pointed out that 43 pieces of the Jules Rudd figurines were found under the floor of the police chief of the city of Accombaro. And so he continues to describe the investigation, saying, we had our cameras with us and took pictures, particularly of the weathered adobe bricks with the various fragments cemented firmly in place. These adobe bricks originated 50 years before Jules Rudd arrived on the scene, and in the brick, embedded in them, you can see the pieces of the figurines and the pieces of pottery from the Chipicaro culture. He continues saying, we scratched around enough on the cut bank of Bull Hill, or El Toro, to see that the soil was liberally studded with artifacts. And then he has pictures of these artifacts in the brick. Obviously, Jules Rudd didn't do this, and then concludes, and this is a very flat-footed statement for a criminologist, a careful scientist to make. He says, it is absolutely, positively out of the question to think that these artifacts, which he saw, could have been planted. Now that's Perry Mason, or Earl Stanley Gardner's conclusion. He proved it. In his mind, there was no question but that these certainly go back much further than Earl Stanley Gardner. We didn't really know what dinosaurs looked like before the 1900s, or didn't know that well. We had a very poor view, and we'll talk more about that in a moment. But further testing was done by these two men, Hapgood and Gardner. Radiocarbon dates were obtained, submitted by Professor Hapgood to Isotopes Incorporated in New Jersey. And sample number 1 was about 3,500 years, and then 6,400 years, and then 3,000 years. And so there was a significant range. But if these are over 200 years, they are before we knew anything about dinosaurs, and they're supposed to have been gone then for 65 million years. Well, 6,000, 3,000, 2,000, probably just over 3,000 years ago, we have figurines. They were also submitted by Professor Hapgood to the University of Pennsylvania Museum Testing Facility for thermoluminescent dating, which is probably the most appropriate dating system for pottery. We won't go into great detail about how that works, but it's a different type system and particularly suited for pottery. Sample number 1 came back about 2,500 BC, and then number 2 and number 3 and number 4 all right on the same date, 2,500, very consistently. And this would logically be the most reasonable conclusion for the date. Obviously, these labs are going to come under scrutiny for putting out such material, and that was the case here. Nevertheless, Dr. Rainey, who's director of the Pennsylvania Museum, issued a statement regarding this, defending his conclusion. He said, "We've had years of experimentation both here and at the lab at Oxford. We have no doubt at all about the dependability of the thermoluminescent method. I should also point out," he continues, "that we were so concerned about the extraordinarily ancient date of these figurines that Mark Hahn and our lab made an average of 18 runs on each one of the 4 samples. 4 samples, 18 runs on each one, because this is extraordinary information." And they still continue to get the same consistent dates. He continues then saying, "All in all, the lab stands on these dates for the Jules Rudd material, whatever this means in terms of archaeological dating in Mexico or in terms of the fakes versus authentic pieces. The lab takes the stand because they were extraordinarily cautious and made 18 runs on 4 samples." Well, they took even greater flack when this letter came out, and 3 months later he withdrew it without giving any reason at all. I think I know exactly why he withdrew it, but he certainly was not because of empirical evidence. It was because of the philosophical pressure of his peers. With such information, I was intrigued. What is the truth? What is the answer to this mystery in Acambaro? I went down with Dr. Dennis Swift to personally investigate this material. We were there in 1999 twice, and then in 2000, and actually we've made about a dozen trips now. When we first got there, this is the scene that depicts where they were, and actually they were locked in this door that you see in the background, behind that door with a padlock in the back of the police department. They were hoping nobody would find out about it. They were hidden and had been there for about 30 years. Why? Well, this is an embarrassment. You're not supposed to find evidence of humans and dinosaurs, and they wanted to appear intelligent. And it took a great deal of effort to get that door open. But we finally did, and with pressure, actually, from outside sources, political pressure, we were able to examine 2 of the 60 crates of materials that were stored behind that door the first time that we came down. And sure enough, even in just the 2 crates, which is a random sampling of over 60, we found strange ceramic figurines, including figurines of dinosaurs. The second time we came down, we were able to examine more crates, still not all of them, but here we have a number of them spread out on the table. Dr. Swift is actually mocking the great security with which these were guarded. They had a soldier there with an AK-47 guarding us, and as we looked at these figurines, he grabbed it from him and posed with the figurines. But they had been, of course, under lock and key. Nobody could see them. But with our investigation, we finally brought them to light, and were able to make photographic record of a number of these. We see in this picture an amazing variety, both of ethnicity and styles and materials that are reflected in these figurines. Of the 33,000, about 2,600 of them are of dinosaurs, and I think you can see that very obviously here. One amazing thing about the sauropod types is that many of them were shown standing upright. We didn't know about this until Robert Bacher told us this in Dinosaur Heresies in his book 1986. But it looks like he had one of the Acambaro figurines shown here on the right as a model for what he illustrated in his book Dinosaur Heresies. Of course, then Spielberg convinced us all that they stood upright. But 3,000 years ago, obviously they knew that down in Acambaro. Now this is what we thought dinosaurs looked like way back in about 1850. This is supposed to be a picture of an iguanodon, one of the earliest dinosaurs that were excavated. Well, that's not very close, but that's what we thought in 1850. By the turn of the century, this was 1895, we had him depicted differently, kind of a stand-up alligator with a long tail dragging the floor. Not very accurate, but closer. But now then we know that Iguanodon looked like this. This is a restoration from the year 2000. So now we've got a pretty good idea. Notice the almost horse-like head and the tail that sticks out right. The ossified tendons along the tail show that it was stood outright like a bird. If it drooped to the ground, that meant it was broken. But notice how the people in Accombaro depicted this over 3,000 years ago. Just almost identical to what we now have finally learned. This is the way they looked when we first started in the 1800s, 1900s, but now then we know it looks like this, and the folks in Accombaro got it right 3,000 years ago, as they did with the stand-up sauropods. Another figurine appears to look just like the ankylosaur that we see depicted here. Very, very similar. There's a wide range. I suppose sauropods are the most popular, but 2,600 of these that I've examined. I have 20,000 digital images that I personally took of this collection. We've examined it carefully. Here are flying pterosaurs, and a totally different style, different materials, obviously a different artist. Some of the critics have said, well, it's all made by the same fella in a short period of time, and the numbers were to impress people. 33,000 is kind of overkill, isn't it? And certainly there's a tremendous variety of styles and materials not made out of the same stuff, as is obvious to an objective observer, but a bewildering array of mysterious creatures. What in the world were these for? I think the most reasonable explanation is that they were apropopathic. This is a fancy word that archaeologists use, actually coined from the investigations over in Mesopotamia, where they found caches of these buried under the threshold of dwellings, or where dwellings had been. And we find these often in caches of 20 up to 30 packed in sand, surrounded, of course, by the clay soil. And it would appear that they were buried carefully. Some have suggested maybe the enemies were coming and they buried their gods, their idols, to protect them from the invasion. I strongly suspect they were like the apropopathic figurines in Mesopotamia that were buried under the threshold to ward off evil spirits. And that's what this fancy word means. It's to scare off the evil spirits. Well, if you're going to scare off spirits, I suppose dinosaur figurines would be as efficient as any. But the bottom line, we don't know. These are several different ideas that have been proposed. It's interesting to notice, again, that in 2,600 you've got a tremendous variety, and the association with people seems to be closer and more frequent with the juvenile forms. I think I can understand that if you watch Jurassic Park, but some of the juvenile forms are depicted, they're kind of cute, and we can see why humans might be more closely associated with these forms. We also find, besides dinosaurs, other out-of-place figurines. Here is a horse. This is typical of the Pleistocene horse, Ice Age, which wasn't supposed to be in Mexico till the Spaniards brought the horses. Here is another one that is with a man trying to ride it, who has lost his head. It's broken in this figurine. But an amazing turn of events involves the find of the unfossilized tooth of a Pleistocene horse associated with the Pleistocene horse itself. This tooth was identified by George Gaylord Simpson of Harvard, who is the leading expert on fossil horses, was the leading expert in the world. Well, here is the Pleistocene horse, here is the Pleistocene tooth, unfossilized, found with it. The mystery deepens, or at least maybe the picture, contrary to the standard evolutionary picture, is getting more difficult. We went back to try to verify Gardner's research. I think he did an excellent job. We thought, well, let's just look and see if we can repeat what he did and re-verify. We wanted to do original excavations, and we approached this with some of the leading experts to get permits, and permits have to be obtained from INA. This is the Institute of Archaeology there in Mexico, and we applied 3 different times with the University of Texas first, and then with David Soleil, who at the time was director of the Museum of the Rockies. He's actually Jack Horner's boss. Jack Horner is the individual, if you saw Jurassic Park, the real-life character that the story is based on. He's the fellow represented as digging up dinosaurs up in Montana. Well, his boss, the director of Museum of the Rockies, David Soleil, went with us, and we applied together for permits, and they were all denied. And we were told firmly, actually the mayor of Acambaro was told, that we would never be given a permit, that the implications would not be allowed. Actually, we found out that INA had done their own investigation back in 1953. They sent 4 archaeologists to Acambaro to do official excavations there. They chose their own site over a mile away from Yules Rud site, and they found figurines, a number of them, 6 feet down, including dinosaurs, and acknowledged that the figurines were authentic, but not so with the dinosaurs, which were found in the same place by them at the same time, at the same level, together. They couldn't be, and we actually intercepted the interdepartmental memo, and we have exactly what they said about this. And this is from a memo dated February 24th, 1954. Apparently, those artifacts were gathered scientifically, but even so, they are reproductions of relatively recent times, and they're talking here about the dinosaurs. In our opinion, it is impossible that man existed at the same time as those saurian that lived millions of years ago. So they're acknowledging, yes, they are dinosaur figurines, but they could not have been with man, and so they just simply deny it. Continuing, they say, it's our opinion, in our opinion, the only archaeological artifacts are the collections of vessels and other Chipiquaro pieces that they found at the same time. These are authentic and represent great archaeological value for our studies. So in the same hole at the same time, they found authentic ones, but dinosaurs with them couldn't be, and so they just deny it. That's why it is the philosophical pressure that says you cannot have humans and dinosaurs together. That would destroy the picture of evolution that's in the textbooks. And so here's what's real and here's what's not based on the evidence, but based on the philosophical conclusions. We brought an expert down to examine these. This is Jim Collins, who is with the University of Texas. He's an art instructor, a ceramics expert, and he found a number of things about these figurines that we didn't know. For instance, he found many, or most of them, were actually double-fired. Some had wondered how such fragile figurines could be maintained intact in the earth all of these years. And of course, if you go to the Museum of Anthropology in Mexico City, you'll see dozens of similar figurines that remained intact, which they don't question. But these have been double-fired. These people were rather sophisticated in their technique. And of course, somebody just making fakes by the thousands wouldn't go to this kind of trouble. You can see that some of them were broken, and where they are, you can see evidence of this slip on the outside that is a sophisticated pottery technique. This is compared with the broken piece from the National Museum of Anthropology and compares favorably with it, actually better fired than this excellent piece. We went back to the house that the police chief owned, under which Earl Stanley Gardner had excavated 43 pieces of Yules Rud type material, and found that it had been covered with modern brick now in modern times, and that was somewhat disappointed. We wanted to see the adobe brick. We did look across the street, and sure enough, there it had not been covered by modern brick. The adobe brick was still obvious. And as we looked carefully here, Professor Collins is looking closely at those brick, and you can see, yes, as Earl Stanley Gardner said, they are studded with the pottery pieces from the Chippewa culture, and that's obvious. And as we look carefully at one of the bricks, this is directly across the street from the house of the police chief where Earl Stanley Gardner investigated. In one of those bricks, lo and behold, there's a dinosaur sticking his face out. And if you listen very carefully, you can hear him say, "Na na 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 na," just making a mockery of the idea that man and humans have to be millions of years apart. These brick, done 50 years before Jules Rudd arrived, contained pieces of the ancient Chippewa culture, which were scattered in the clay and scooped up and used to make brick, not intentionally taking the fragments, but you just can't scoop up the material without getting some of them in it. Let's go back and look carefully at some of the witnesses who have testified to the fact that they helped Jules Rudd excavate these, and that these were parts of what was found from original excavations. One of the more credible witnesses, I believe, would be the grandson of Walter Jules Rudd. He is a rather well-known contractor in the area. He is well-to-do, well-educated. He's standing here beside the grave of his grandfather, testifying about going out and excavating these figurines with him. We have about 20 minutes of recorded testimonies with him standing right there by the grave, telling of the figurines that he helped his father excavate. This is one of the ones that he had in his very nice home there in Lyon. And here, this is a beautiful dinosaur of the sauropod type that he personally excavated with his grandfather. We also found, as we investigated and talked to a number of witnesses, that El Toro was not the only site where dinosaurs were found. On the opposite side of the city, the north side, you find El Chivo, Goat Mountain, and at the base of this mountain there was a lake and a site where ancient Chippewa people had made dwellings, and you can see places where the dwellings were there between the lake site and the bottom of the hill. And I was taken there by an individual, Mr. Espinoza, who is now an accountant there in Acambaro, who as a teenager went with Waldemar Jules Rudd. He had enlisted several of the young people to go with him to help him dig and to help him carry back the materials that they found. And he took me to the spot. He said, "Here is where we dug, and here is the type of thing we found." He drew sketches of the materials. A very credible witness. And then we have Dr. Hinion, who is actually a hero in Acambaro, or at least I would describe him as such. Several did to me. He has a medical practice in Guadalajara, several miles away, but he comes back on the weekends to help the poor people of Acambaro. Their culture, their economy is not nearly so thriving, and many of them are poor. And he practices medicine there in Acambaro free of charge to help those who are poor. He could run for mayor and win hands down. He's not interested in that. He's interested in helping people. But he told us that he was one of the ones who went with Jules Rudd to excavate these. He excavated them with him underground that was hard-packed, covered with grass and with cactus. And on one occasion, they got literally 2 big sacks, these what we would call tow sacks, burlap sacks, full of these figurines in one trip, put them on the back of a burro, and came back. A very credible witness who is certainly willing to affirm that this is the case even today. And then we have Mr. Martinez, who was formerly chief of the federal police in the area just about 10 years earlier when this picture was taken. He is now retired. And he is he tells an interesting story because he actually confiscated over 3,000 of these figurines from 2 individuals who were illegally excavating at El Chivo. They had found where a number of these were buried, and they were just digging up a storm in the middle of the night and selling them across the border. And he caught them and put them in the federal penitentiary. They were convicted of dealing in illegal artifacts. And so the federal government decided these were real, authentic antiquities and put them in jail. He said among these artifacts that they had excavated were dinosaurs, and he drew sketches of several of them. They were then added to the Jules Rudd collection, which is there in Accombaro still today. But some people will say, well, Jules Rudd was the source of all of these. Well, we can prove they were there before Jules Rudd. We can prove they were excavated after Jules Rudd. And the federal government actually helped us verify that by convicting these people who had excavated them there at El Chivo and are now doing time for that crime. Then we have Mr. Perea, very interesting individual. He was former director of archaeology of the Accombaro zone of the National Museum of Anthropology in Mexico City, the largest anthropological museum in the world. At the time Jules Rudd was in Accombaro, he was the director of archaeology for the area, and it was his job to verify and to authenticate the finds. And he and Jules Rudd were actually antagonists. They didn't get along well at all because Jules Rudd didn't go to the trouble of getting permits most of the time. And he would complain and threaten to put him in jail, and they fussed and fought all the time. But he saw the figurines that Jules Rudd excavated. Furthermore, the farmers at the time continually found such figurines, and he was called in to authenticate and verify. He said he saw hundreds of them excavated by farmers that Jules Rudd had nothing to do with. Many of them took them to Jules Rudd, who would often pay the farmers just a small fee to help increase his collection. He worked with Ramon Pinachon, who is perhaps the most famous archaeologist in Mexico history. He was 20 years president of the National Museum of Anthropology, again, the largest anthropological museum in the world. And they particularly worked together on a dig at Chipiquaro in the 1940s, where they were getting ready to flood the area, putting up a dam, and had to move some of the tombs, the graves of the ancient Chipiquaro sites. And here we see a picture of that dig with an early picture of Ramon Pinachon and Beatrice, his wife, whom he met on that trip and married. She became an archaeologist and is still an archaeologist serving in one of the museums there in Mexico City today. We found the permit from INA, which authorized this dig. We found the notes. This is actually in the museum in Chipiquaro of the dig, and they have displayed a couple of the pictures. I took this picture of some of the artifacts that came from that dig, supervised by Ramon Pinachon. Mr. Perea, who was there representing the museum at the time, he was the director of that area, worked with them. He says in this tomb, the ones in this picture, they found a dinosaur. That is not a figurine, but an actual dinosaur that was about 30 feet long. He said it had the short little front feet and the huge long legs, about 3-foot head with the huge teeth. We have his recorded testimony, about 2 hours of a detailed description of exactly what they found. He said Ramon Pinachon took pictures of this. He has the pictures. Well, that pricked our ears up. Ramon Pinachon had been dead about 2 years at that time, but his wife, we suspected, would have the pictures. We went to her. She said, yes, I had them. I've seen the pictures. I have donated them to INA, the Institute of Archaeology. Well, that was disappointing because they had stonewalled our effort to get permits. But she called them at our request, asked them to allow us to examine these photographs. We got in a cab. We went immediately to the Institute of Archaeology, walked in the door. The supervisor there who met us recognized me in my previous attempts to get permits, and he said, no, you cannot see them. He had promised Beatrix Pinachon that we would be allowed, but he says, I don't care what I promised, you can't see them. This was a stone wall. We've run into this several times. That information is there, it's being covered up. Interestingly, in association with that, we found this picture of Waldemar Julsrud, which is in the museum there today, the Julsrud Museum, which we'll look at in a moment. And here he's standing with a large dinosaur bone. In his book, Enigmas of the Past, he describes finding, partially buried, a dinosaur with fresh bones, that is unfossilized, and here he's standing there with one of those bones. And we took the picture to some experts to see if they could identify that. And here we see Brooks Britt of the Department of Geology at Brigham Young University making the comment, the large bone appears to be a sauropod rib. And so we find the tooth from the horse, we find the sauropod rib, we find the testimony of a buried dinosaur from Mr. Pena, who was director of the Institute of Archaeology there for the Acambaro Zone, or at least the Museum of Archaeology for the Acambaro Zone, all testifying that there were dinosaurs not too long ago, unfossilized remains. As we look at the incredible variety of styles and materials and subjects of the 33,000 figurines, it's just mind-boggling. I think we're looking at a pig here, maybe. Probably a pig here, but this wasn't made by the same fellow. This is a totally different style. And maybe that's a pig, but certainly very, very different. Possibly we're looking at a dog here. Another one here with his master that looks a lot like Chewbacca. Here's, I guess, a bird, rather stylistically done, and another totally different bird. But the array of styles is just mind-boggling. Professor Collins estimated there were at least 100 different artists that were involved in producing this vast array. It's interesting to notice the variety of ethnicity that's represented. This appears to be an Egyptian motif from some of the figurines, again from the collection. And many of them are very Oriental in style, as you can see here. And some of them are very African in style. It seems undeniable that these have an African appearance, while others are very European. Again, from 3,000 years ago. Notice the very artistically done dinosaur here compared with a totally different style, not done by the same artist. And I don't know who did that, maybe somebody with a nightmare that got scared to death by them. But certainly different styles. Here's a rather stylistic, artistically done dinosaur, very different. Some of them almost cartoonish. Again, totally different styles, different materials, obviously different artists. But a vast array, and as we look at the general configuration, is there any doubt what's being depicted here? They had to have been seeing the dinosaurs some 3,000 years ago. And here's just example after example. This Diplodocus type looks like it stepped out of a Spielberg movie. Again, if you know dinosaurs, you recognize immediately some of these forms, and though some of them are cartoonish and stylistically done, there's no question as to what we're looking at. Here's the Stegosaurus. This is another one, but a different artist did this one in a totally different style. Again, one after another, you see unquestionable resemblance. Many of them were in the form of pendants with a hole in the center they wore around their neck, again lending credibility to the idea these were to scare off the evil spirits. But we saw literally dozens of these, and many of the figures of the people could be seen with these pendants sculpted in the figurine. Man with dinosaur. How do you avoid the conclusion? Many of them are seen fighting. Sometimes the man's getting the best of the fight, and sometimes and usually with smaller ones. We would assume more juvenile forms. Here the dinosaurs are getting the best of him. Many times with the juvenile forms, as you can see, some of them still showing some ferocity even as juveniles. But the depiction of them fighting together, here the dinosaur getting the best and here the man getting the best, shows the kind of conflict that very likely was going on at this time. Here's one with a spear in his neck, but very closely resembling our modern knowledge of what dinosaurs look like. This one is my wife's favorite. We could go on and on and on, 2,600 of them. On a recent trip to Mexico, we made additional discoveries here at the foot of El Toro. Actually, we didn't do the digging, but this was done by an individual who was digging clay for bricks. He has his own brick factory and permits to take clay from this area right at the foot of El Toro, not far from where Jules Rudd had done his excavations. And he showed us a number of the beautiful vases and figures that he had gotten from the area. And one of them was extremely interesting. This Dinosauran type creature is very similar to the Bullosaurus depicted here by Romer. A very obvious similarity, but again, the dermal frills along the back are typical of the dinosaur type. And a number like this were found, and this was done, of course, about the year 2000, 2002, 2003, continuing the excavation. He continues to find these long after Jules Rudd, of course, has passed away. They continue to be excavated in spite of Ina's strong effort to keep us from doing that. We can't, or we would be in jail because we don't have the permits. But he did have a permit to get them for his brick factory, or at least to get the clay. Now then, these figurines are housed in the Waldemar Jules Rudd Museum there in Acambaro. When we arrived on the scene, they were locked in the back of the police department. As we began to tell them the significance and began to present the evidence and show how they had been verified from various sources, they decided this was significant information, and in spite of Ina's opposition, they put up a museum, and they're very prominently and very professionally displayed, and you can go to Acambaro and see these and hear the story of Waldemar Jules Rudd and see some of the pictures that we've shown you. We see the director of the museum today on the left, together with the wife of an archaeologist who has helped us there, Dr. Swift and myself, in front of the museum in a picture taken recently. Now, let's summarize the evidence. There is the radiometric dating, which helps us understand, especially with a variety of examples for a few thousand years. Radiocarbon first, according to Hapgood, some 3,000 to 6,000 years, and then thermoluminescent dating that was consistently at about 4,000 years, or 2,500 BC. And then also a recent radiocarbon dating was done by Neil Steedy, which indicated 1.5 to 4,000, a range. But still, if you have it more than 200 years, again, you have the destruction of the story that's told in the textbooks. Looking at the witnesses and summarizing, there's Waldemar Jules Rudd, who was co-discoverer of the Chipicoro culture, collected over 37,000 artifacts, wrote the book, Enigmas del Pasado, or Mysteries of the Past. Carlos Jules Rudd, his son, who also described excavating dinosaurs with his father, and then the grandson, Carlos Jules Rudd, who described excavating dinosaurs with his grandfather and recorded that testimony beside his grandfather's tomb and showed us examples that he'd excavated. There is Dr. Hinion, physician Guadalajara, that described his excavations with Jules Rudd as a youth and sketched some of the dinosaurs that he found. There is Mr. Espinozo, who is an accountant, who personally took us to the site where he had excavated and also sketched dinosaurs that he had found. There is Carlos Perea, who was former director of archaeology of the Acambaro Zone of the National Museum of Anthropology, who described excavations with Ramon Pena-Chan, dinosaurs and humans together. And then there's Charles Hapgood, professor of history of anthropology at the University of New Hampshire. He excavated dinosaur figurines under roads, helped excavate under the house of the police chief and under walls, stone walls that had been there for hundreds of years, and wrote the book Mystery of Acambaro, detailing his investigation. Together with Earl Stanley Gardner, the famous author of Perry Mason, a criminologist, a district attorney in the Los Angeles area for 30 years, proved, I think beyond any shadow of a doubt, he certainly claimed so, that the figurines predated Jules Rudd beyond any shadow of a doubt. And then there's the mayor of Acambaro, who worked together with Earl Stanley Gardner and conducted his own 3-month investigation for fraud, trying to find anyone who knew anything about manufacturing these things, and allowed the excavation under his floor. There's Mr. Marinas, number 10, who was the chief of federal police. Guadalajara confiscated over 3,000 of these figurines from 2 who were excavating illegally, including dinosaurs in the collection, and sketched those for us. Now that's a huge collection of witnesses. If you were in court trying to refute the testimony of such individuals, you'd be in serious trouble. There's Waldemar Jules Rudd, there's Carlos the son, there is, again, Carlos the grandson, there's Dr. Hinion, there is the accountant, Mr. Espinoza, there's Carlos Perea, the director of the Acambaro Zone for the National Museum, there's Charles Hapgood of the University of New Hampshire, there's Earl Stanley Gardner, author of Perry Mason, the mayor of the city, and then the chief of the federal police. That's an impressive array of witnesses, and they all testify to the authenticity of these figurines, that Jules Rudd certainly was not the author. They were there long before he was. I think the conclusion is absolutely inescapable, that humans and dinosaurs live together. The only opposition, the only problem, the only reason that's not just really obvious and accepted without question is the philosophical implication. Nova did an investigation of some of this material, produced the brief video, God, Darwin, and the Dinosaurs, in which they discussed the subject, dinosaurs side by side with humans, particularly with reference to the evidence at Glen Rose, Texas. But they showed clearly the implications, saying finding them would counter evidence that humans evolved long after dinosaurs became extinct. Now that's the fundamental conclusion that they will deny and will not accept, and back up the claim that all species, including man, were created at one time. Now that's the significance, according to Nova, and I think they're absolutely correct. That's why many refuse to accept the obvious implications. I think we ought to be honest and just follow the evidence where it leads. That's good science, that's good archaeology, and that's what we ought to believe. This evening we're talking about the Malachite Man. This is a find from near LaSalle, Utah. This has been controversial because it's a find that's not where it is supposed to be according to the evolutionary scenario. humans in the same layer with dinosaurs. They're supposed to be 100 million years apart, and they're found together, or at least in the same geologic horizon. And as you can imagine, there's been a great deal of controversy. There's been a great deal of misrepresentation of fact in order to explain it. Some of the conversations I've had with the head of the BLM, with some of the representatives of the evolutionary community when they did not know my position, have been very revealing. The head of the BLM there at Moab called this a tar baby, and he was making sure that they were getting rid of it. They were shipping it off to the Smithsonian for it to be hidden. And the Smithsonian does a good bit of that. If you saw the last scene of Raiders of the Lost Ark with all of those boxes back in the back of the museum, there's a lot of reality to that. But we want to see if we can find out what the actual facts are. Many of the people who do the talking and writing and attempting to refute this material have never been to the site, know very little firsthand about it. I have made over a dozen trips to the site, and some of them weeks at a time. And I can tell you what's there. I can show you what's there. The real problem involves, of course, the story that's told by the geologic column. And I want to talk about that a little bit in the beginning, because that's where the rub comes. We see the dinosaurs are supposed to be separated from man by at least 65 million years. In this case, about well over 100 million years. And this scenario is supposed to represent the evolutionary picture that is recorded as time developed, as the layers were laid down, recording the development of life like a tape recorder would record a speech over millions of years, the development of life. And this is supposed to be what you find when you dig down in the earth. Leighton Judson, which is a standard geology textbook, physical geology, says because we cannot find sedimentary rocks representing all of Earth time neatly in one convenient area, we must piece together the rock sequence from locality to locality. And many people think that when they see this geologic column, beautifully represented in the textbooks, this is what you find. But you cannot find all of this in one convenient area. It has to be pieced together or correlated. The process of tying one rock sequence in one place to another in some other place is known as correlation. It's co-related based on presuppositions, not necessarily where it's found, but often philosophical presuppositions. But we want to make the point, as emphasized here in the Encyclopedia Britannica, the end product of correlation is a mental abstraction called the geologic column. It's not, if you pardon the pun, concrete. It's not in the rock. It is a mental abstraction that is constructed or correlated. Derek Eger answers the misconception that some people would have. Well, you can easily build this by dating the rocks, and then you stack it according to the dating. When he made this statement, he was president of the British Geological Association. Writing in New Scientist, he said, fossils have been and still are the best and most accurate method for dating and correlating rocks in which they occur. How do you correlate, determine which goes on top and which goes on bottom, piece together this geological sequence? By the fossils. And then he says, I can think of no cases of radioactive decay being used to date the fossils. That is, in terms of correlation, to determine which goes on top and which goes on bottom. It's the fossils. Well, now, how do the fossils allow us to correlate? Well, let's let the evolutionists describe how this happens. Putman and Bassett, in their geology textbook, express it this way. A rock that had an early form of an organism was clearly older than rocks containing later forms. Now, notice the assumption of evolution in the description. This is a, quote, early form. Well, since it's an early form, then you know where to put it. If you're an evolutionist, don't you? Where would it go? Wouldn't go on top. Furthermore, all rocks that had the, quote, early form, no matter how far apart those rocks were geographically, would have to be the same age. Why? Because of the assumption that they lived at this time, and then millions of years later others lived, and you stack it according to that assumed sequence. In this way, our geologic timetable came into being. Here's the early form. Here's the later form. Those that have the same form are stacked together. Not where they are, but how they relate to early and late. In this way, our geologic timetable came into being. Without the theory of evolution and the interdisciplinary science of paleontology, it could not exist. Now, this may be somewhat of an overstatement of the issue, but this is the way the evolutionist describes it, and certainly the beautiful, perfect, detailed geologic column that we see in the textbooks could not exist without the philosophical assumption of evolution. Now, when you have to assume the evolutionary scenario in order to build it, can you then turn around and use what you have built to prove evolution? Well, this is exactly what they do. Look at the textbook. Here is the column. See the sequence. See, that proves evolution, and that convinces a lot of people. But it's not something concrete that you find. It's a mental abstraction that's built that you couldn't build without first assuming evolution, that is, in its complete and perfect form. R.H. Rastell expressed it this way in the Encyclopedia Britannica. It cannot be denied that geologists are here arguing in a circle. The succession of organisms has been determined by a study of the remains embedded in the rocks, and the relative ages of the rocks are determined by the organisms they contain. Now, to again somewhat exaggerate the the fallacy, but still illustrate what we're talking about, here's a person who says we have a primitive fossil, which would of course go at the bottom of the column. How do you know this is a primitive fossil? Well, it's found in an old rock. Okay, I can understand that. But how do you know that this is an old rock? Well, it's got a primitive fossil in it. Now, what have we proved here? This is useless as proof. Now, it's not useless per se in science, because if we understand that we're not proving something, it's useful as a model, as an illustration of the concept. When we look at the geologic column, we see an illustration of the model. Now, I need to emphasize, when I say this is built on circular logic, that I'm not saying that there is no general order or sequence in the column. I think we see, underscore general, the kind of order that we see so that you can recognize Cambrian animals. There is a suite or group of animals that you find together commonly that's called Cambrian animals. They form that collection. I think it's because of natural habitat. They lived at the bottom of the ocean. And if we're looking at a flood deposit, which I think is the best explanation of the geologic column of the fossil record, then the things that lived lowest would be buried first, and then you would find things that lived higher buried next as the catastrophe proceeded. Over a series of a year-long series of catastrophes would basically bury things where they lived, and we would expect and predict a general order that would segregate, not by time, but by natural habitats. Things would not be buried together, not because they're millions of years apart, but because they don't live together. Normally today, you don't find bears and lions buried together, though they're similar in a lot of ways. Both mammals, they don't live in the same places. You certainly wouldn't expect lions to be buried together with a coral reef because of the imposition of natural habitats. And so we see a general order, but the order that is described here in the textbooks is grossly misrepresented, skewed, and distorted. I can say that for a number of reasons. Apart from the circular logic to build the detail that we see in the beautiful column, we see the fact that most of the fossil record is clams. They're marine invertebrates. It's just clams, clams, and more clams, rather than these impressive vertebrates that we see generally represented in the geologic column. These are the index fossils that allow you to identify the particular layers, and they're typically marine invertebrates. 95% of all fossils are marine invertebrates. Now, you don't hear that in most geology classes. Somebody might get the idea we're looking at a marine catastrophe here. That's not told. Of the remaining 5%, 95% marine invertebrates, 5% left, 95% of that involve algae and plant fossils. And then 95% of the remaining 1/4% are other invertebrates. We haven't got to the vertebrates yet. The remaining about 1/100th of 1% are vertebrates, and most of those are fish. Well, you can see how a marine catastrophe would fit the picture here a whole lot better than what you see represented in the geologic column. Only about 1/100th of 1% are vertebrates. More than 95% are marine invertebrates. And for this reason and a number of other reasons, the founding fathers of geology reached a very different conclusion from what the philosophical position today causes geologists to talk about. Nicholas Steno is known as the father of modern stratigraphy. He's a hero in all of the geology textbooks. If you want to pass stratigraphy, you have to memorize his 12 axioms. When I was lecturing there at A&M recently, we mentioned this, and the professor said, yes, we all know that, and the teacher rattled off all 12 of them. But she had no idea what the basic thinking about geology was from Nicholas Steno. But quoting from Evolution of the Earth, a standard geology textbook by Don Patton, we read, besides correctly interpreting fossils, Steno drew some even more important conclusions about the strata in which they occur. The result was the formulation of the most basic principles for analysis of Earth history. He showed great insight. Now, remember that he showed great insight. He understood the geologic record and wrote the rules that we're still using today. He continues saying, Steno's axioms provide the ultimate basis of practically all interpretation of Earth history. All interpretation of Earth are right there in his axioms. So the importance can hardly be overemphasized. What they don't tell you is what I saw in the one of the original editions of his book when I was doing work at Cambridge in England, where that early edition was open to the fly piece dedicated to the proof of the Noachian deluge. He believed it was done by a year-long series of catastrophes. And he understood it well enough to explain all the basic principles. Virtually all interpretation of Earth history is in his description, in his axioms. Oh, this flood geology business is nonsense. It won't work. Nicholas Steno is a very eloquent and powerful refutation of that nonsense. And that's a nice way to put it. Building on that work, along with others intervening, Henry Morris, John C. Whitcomb wrote the book, The Genesis Flood, which I think was the most influential factor in spawning the creation movement. And by the way, we have his daughter with us tonight, Henry Morris' daughter. They attend here with us regularly from time to time. We're not mentioning this just because she's here, but this is in my lecture all the time. I didn't add it just for you. I think it's very interesting to look at the foreword to this book, written by John C. McCampbell, who's professor and head of the Department of Geology at the University of Southeastern Louisiana. He's an evolutionist, but he wrote the foreword to this book, which explains geologic history in terms of the catastrophic Genesis flood. and he acknowledges that the facts of geology fit. Now, certainly Steno's interpretations and his axioms demonstrate that as well. But the head of one of the leading geology schools in the country acknowledges that, and that they build a strong case for this interpretation. And furthermore, he said that they present a serious challenge to the present uniformitarian view. While that uniformitarian view has waned and is virtually fallen out of favor since this book was written, I think it had a great deal to do with that, though those who would be leaders in that departure from uniformitarianism would probably deny it. Nevertheless, most, or at least a large majority of geologists today are catastrophists, which this book advocates. They were not when this book was written. I think it has had a tremendous impact. I think flood geology, I think that's a good explanation of the geologic column. I think it is a flood deposit, though this picture is not anything like what you see when you dig down in the earth. This is a skewed, constructed, conceptual correlation. What you actually see is clams, clams, and more clams, with a general order reflecting where they lived. But how do we test this scenario that bases its concept on circular logic? Circular logic is useful in doing science. This is what we do when we form a hypothesis, a model. We assume the thing to be proved. We may draw pictures, illustrations of it. Now then, the appropriate use of it is to compare that with the real world and see if the facts fit. It's inappropriate to use it as proof, but test it with the real world to see if the facts fit. And a general fit wouldn't work in this case. If you're explaining this segregation in terms of separation by millions of years, you don't allow for exceptions. In terms of natural habitat, there would be some exceptions, but a general order predicted. But the testing of this circular logic, this illustration of the model by the geologic column, can be done by what are called topsy-turvy fossils. Stephen Stanley of Johns Hopkins University coined this term, and he says they would disprove evolution. Any topsy-turvy sequence of fossils would force us to rethink our theory. Now, what does he mean by topsy-turvy fossil? Something that's supposed to be on the bottom that's found up at the top, or something found at the top supposed to be at the bottom. That's a topsy-turvy fossil. Now, it so happens that many of the things that are supposed to be exclusively at the bottom are found at the top, not in the intervening ages, which would indicate extinction according to the evolutionary interpretation, but they're found alive, even though in the geologic column you only find them way down in the column. That's a part of this topsy-turvy concept. Notice the description here in the prehistoric atlas of what are called living fossils. And he says there are numerous organisms in present-day fauna and flora which can be regarded as living fossils. One of the best known among them is Neopolina, the only living representative of a class of mollusks thought to have been extinct for 350 million years before 1957, when Neopolina was caught off the coast of Costa Rica. 350 million years of rock layers, and you don't find anything, and plenty of them down below 150 million years, according to the evolutionary interpretation, and they're alive. Well, now, their view is they're separated by 350 million years. They've been gone a long time. They just resurrected? No, I think the interpretation is wrong. Niles Eldredge, in his book on fossils, describes living fossils and acknowledges the problem. He says, there seems to have been almost no change in any part that we can compare between living organisms and its fossilized progenitors of the remote geological past. He says, we have not completely solved the riddle of living fossils. They're supposed to evolve. They're supposed to be extinct. 350 million years, nothing. And there they are. That doesn't fit. That falsifies the concept of extinction when they disappear in this column. One of the more famous, best known, living fossils would be the coelacanth. This is a rather strange-looking fish that was once thought to be of perfect length. These lobed fins look maybe like they're growing into legs, except we found them alive and found out they're just real good fins and allow them to turn on a dime, and excellent swimmers. Here in the book, Living Fossil, by Keith Thompson, who was president of the Academy of Natural Sciences, it says, off the coast of southern Africa in the winter of 1938, a fishing boat with the Nyrene, called the Nyrene, dragged from the Indian Ocean near the Chaluma River, a fish thought to be extinct for 70 million years. It happens to be the time of the extinction of the dinosaurs, virtually. The fish was a coelacanth, an animal that thrived concurrently with the dinosaurs. What's the evidence for the extinction of the coelacanth? Exactly the same that you have for the extinction of the dinosaurs. For 70 million years, no fossils. They went extinct, according to the interpretation, since you don't find them from that point on up. We have found over 600 of them now. And in fact, 2 more populations have been recently found. Another excellent example is the horseshoe crab. We're looking in the upper portion of a modern horseshoe crab, which is very common. When I lived in Panama City, you could just see them all over the place out there. They were a nuisance. And here is the fossil down in the lower part that looks for all the world just like it. Keith Thompson describes this. He said the first members of this group appeared some 424 million years ago in the Silurian and looked quite like modern forms. The last fossils became extinct about 50 million years ago. I'm sorry, fossils don't become extinct. But I know what he means. We find them as fossils, according to their interpretation, 50 million years ago, and nothing since then. And they're just all over the place. They're not even rare, to say the least, and there are hundreds of examples. Sometimes, when we know those things happen and are common, they just don't worry. The logic, though, falsifies the concept. There are so many of them, they just seem to get numb to that, but some of them really aggravate. How many know what we're looking at here? The little hacksaw blade critters are very important fossils, especially for petroleum geologists. These are graptolites, and the various species allow you to identify a certain level. They lived, I think, at different temperatures and at different environments in the ocean, and allow petroleum geologists to order their search. But notice the statement by Sue Rigby of the British Geological Survey, writing in Nature, all paleontologists dream of finding a living fossil, and in reality it would be a nightmare. But Noel Dilley, they say, it seems, has done so, as graptolites are arguably the most important zone fossils of the lower Paleozoic. In other words, when you find this one, that says 570 to 360 million years. That's the way you determine that layer. That's how you correlate. When you find that, you know that's at least 360 million years ago. They found them alive. What are they doing alive? Doesn't that falsify the concept of extinction when they disappear in the column? I just think they lived there. They didn't live higher. And when the flood deposit buried them, they didn't live any higher and didn't get buried any higher. And so the fact that they're still alive doesn't surprise me a bit. It fits our view perfectly. It does not fit theirs. Notice the recent statement. This is just about a year old in Science. A bunch of sea urchins turned up in the Cretaceous like a big penny millions of years after they were believed to have gone extinct. Their reappearance cast doubt on the existence of one long presumed mass extinction. Well, I can understand that. Why did they think there was a mass extinction? Well, here were just tons of these things, and they're gone, and you don't find them anymore. And there they are again. Well, maybe they didn't go extinct after all. Is that hard to figure out? 15 of the 29 species, apparently extinct genera, reappeared. Another 7, so much like them, later appeared. Therefore, must not really have gone extinct. You think? Isn't that pretty obvious? the idea of extinction when they disappear in the column is falsified over and over and over again, and it's in every textbook you can pick up on geology. They just repeat it over. Doesn't matter what the evidence is. The topsy-turvy fossils refute, but there's so many of them they've just apparently become numb. We'll look at one more here, at least one more. David Noble was out on a holiday hike when he stepped off the beaten path into the prehistoric age, standing amid trees thought to have disappeared 150 million years ago. Puts him right in the middle of Jurassic Park. The discovery is the equivalent of finding a small dinosaur still alive on the earth, said Carrick Chambers, director of the Botanical Garden. Wouldn't that be neat to find us? What's the difference? Not a bit. We do that all the time. And it wouldn't surprise me if we were to find a dinosaur still alive. What's the evidence that they're gone? Same evidence for the coelacanth. Same evidence for this tree. And so how do you know they won't find it? You don't know. There is good evidence that you don't know, in spite of what they claim. Interestingly, we do have some, appear to be very credible eyewitness accounts of something like a Brontosaurus in the Congo, Makili-Mbombo. We can't say that's verified. We've got some fuzzy pictures. We need some better ones. There are several expeditions making that effort, and by the way, a number of evolutionists who are spending millions of dollars in that effort. And in Papua New Guinea, there are very credible accounts of pteranodon, pterosaurs, that are about this size, as represented here in the diagram. And I'm not able to divulge all of the details, but we do have a fuzzy picture. I won't say this proves it. It has obviously been computer enhanced to death. But there it is. They're nocturnal creatures. It was taken at night and computer enhanced, and the eyewitness says it was very clear, and that's the photograph. Well, that's what it looks like. We need better pictures, and we hope to give you more detail on that later on. Why wouldn't you find that? Well, you find that kind of thing all the time. Well, that's part of what we'll be doing in Papua New Guinea in February. So we find things that are supposed to be down up all the time. Well, that doesn't impress them a whole lot because there's just a bunch of it. And I'm not sure that's good logic, a good reason to ignore it. They just don't have an answer. As Eldred says, we don't have any answer to this riddle. We haven't solved the riddle. But they do acknowledge that if you do it the other way, what's supposed to be up, down, that would be good evidence. But then they do a lot of tap dancing there as well, as we'll see. But this is where they say you should really concentrate. If you want to test the model, the theory, then you find things that are supposed to be up, down. Notice the way it's described by Richard Dawkins in his book, The Blind Watchmaker. We should be very surprised, for example, to find fossil humans appearing in the record before mammals are supposed to have evolved. Humans before mammals, that's what's supposed to be up, down. If a single well-verified mammal skull were to turn up in 500 million-year-old rocks, our whole modern theory of evolution would be utterly destroyed. Now, that's a pretty flat-footed statement, and you might wonder why he's saying that, but there's a good reason for that. One of the primary criterion of science involve falsification or testability. If something is not at least potentially falsifiable, it's not science. And that's a concept that maybe the average individual is not used to, but basically what it says is you have to be able to test it. Now, if you just by circular logic arrange this and say, see, that's the way it is, well, you'd expect it to be that way because that's the way you arranged it. That's a tautology. Well, how do you test that? Well, he says, no, it's not just a tautology. You can test it, and here's the test, you see. And it's necessary for him to come up with that in order for it to be science. Otherwise, he's just playing games, and he realizes that. And so he says, here is my chin out. This would utterly destroy, and he has to do that, in order to have something besides a tautology for his argument. So if we were to find a modern-day alley-oop, this picture, by the way, was taken out in Iran, Texas, where the inventor or author of alley-oop lived, and that's Denny that alley-oop used to ride around on. If you found one in real life or evidence in the fossil record, then that would refute it. That would knock it out of the water. Or as he put it this way just about a year ago, writing in Free Inquiry, referring to some alleged human bones in Carboniferous coal. I'm not personally familiar with this. I know a little bit about it, not enough to say anything. And so I won't venture an opinion on it, but he acknowledges the implications if it were found. If authenticated as humans, these bones would blow the theory of evolution out of the water. And so if you find human bones down where they're not supposed to be, ball game's over. We can go home. Evolution would be wrong, according to the leading authorities who are often more scientific in their thinking than the average individual. Well, that's what we've got, almost precisely, with the Malachite Man. Here we have human bones in the Lower Cretaceous, the Dakota sandstone, found back in the early 70s. Here, pictured by Lynn Ottinger, who did not find them, but he stumbled across them after they were uncovered by Dave Fuller a few days earlier, who had covered them back over, was waiting for officials to get there, and Lynn stumbled on them. But nevertheless, they're parts of two perfectly modern individuals, 50 feet down in the Dakota sandstone, supposed to be 140 million years old. This is the same formation that we find at Dinosaur National Monument. Now, Dinosaur National Monument is a big monument, covers a lot of area. Where the visitor center is, we have the layer just below that, the Dakota sandstone. But in many places throughout Dinosaur National Monument, you find outcrops of the Dakota sandstone. And the Dakota sandstone, as well as the Morrison, all are known for their dinosaurs. And both of them are well represented at Dinosaur National Monument. This is a map put out for tourists in the Moab area, which is about 20 miles from this find. Not the same area, but gives you some idea of the geology. And if you're familiar with Moab, you know it's right in the middle of a big fault. You see the Entrada Formation up here at the top. Here's the Entrada Formation down at the bottom over here. This fault slipped up. This, of course, was down here, and it slipped up. But here is the Dakota sandstone. Here is the Morrison that we were looking at. And the bones that we're talking about here are in the Dakota. This would be about 140 million years ago, according to the evolutionary interpretation, right in the middle of the dinosaur period that became extinct 65 million. So 140 million is certainly in the middle of that period. As we've suggested, I've made a number of trips to the site. This picture was taken just a few months ago with the present owner, Bill Harrison. It is an open pit copper mine or has been in the past. Bill is now taking the azurite and malachite nodules from the site. This shows a wide area, and unfortunately many people who go there don't back up and look at the broader geologic context. We can see the layers going all the way across here, and we're looking at three different levels in this picture. This excavation was done during the mining operation of the 30s. They got to very hard rock, which you can see here at the edge, the bottom extent of that excavation that was tearing up their bulldozers, and so they stopped, even though it was a very, very profitable copper mine at the time. In the 70s, they began again and came on down, and this excavation, the second level, is the result of the excavation in the 30s, taking it on down some 50 feet. The road level is still down further than that. That road was excavated in the 30s. And it was at this site, 50 feet down, that these human skeletons were found. Dave Fuller was driving the bulldozer. Actually, his father drove the bulldozer for the excavation back in the 30s. And he, at the time this picture was taken, was head of San Juan County Roads. He's now retired. But he showed us where, when he was driving the bulldozer, he came across these bones. He said there were no broken layers. It was completely undisturbed, and he had taken it down some 15 feet from the point at which they had stopped in the 30s, so that he was down a total of about 50 feet at that point. Here with Bill Harrison, he described in detail exactly what happened and the entire context. Here is a profile, a side profile. We see the road cut. We were taking the picture from over here a moment ago. And this is the way it looks at present. This is where the skeletons were found. Now this was the original excavation. This was the excavation of the 70s. This is the road cut in the 30s. Now this is a picture from that perspective. Go back up and see, here's actually this portion of it that you'll be able to look at. We're not looking at the road cut in that picture. Here is the upper section where the 30s excavation was done. This is the 70s section here. So you can see the two-tiered effect, mining operation of the 30s and then of the 70s here from the side. And this is the way it looks in profile. Prior to the excavation of the 70s, and just months before the find, it looked like this. And there, the skeletons were somewhere between 15 and 20 feet down from the surface of the 70s excavation, and of course still further down from the excavation of the 30s. 150 feet from the road cut. Typical of the Dakota sandstone are extremely hard sandstone layers and then semi-lithified layers. You can dig in it with a pocket knife. It's certainly much more than loose sand, but it's rock, and it certainly qualifies as that, but it's not extremely hard in between, and they're alternating layers. And if you know anything about the Dakota sandstone throughout the area for hundreds of miles, that's typical of the Dakota sandstone, alternating hard and semi-lithified sandstone. Before 1930, when the road was cut, before they began the mining operation, this is the way it looked, and at that point, the skeletons are 50 feet down in the Dakota sandstone, 150 feet from the road cut. Prior to the road cut, it looked like this. And the road cut was formed, as we've suggested, in 1930. And you can see the continuing layers on the other side of the road picking up right where these layers left off. We acquired an aerial photograph of the area that was taken about the time of the road cut, just shortly afterwards. Here is the property owned by the mining company. This is the road that was cut in 1930. Prior to the time the road was cut, this hill just continued right across, but obviously the road bisected that. And then the mining operation began. We'll look at a close-up, and there we see the road and the property. The 30s excavation covered this area, and then the 70s went further down in this area as it approached the road. But prior to that excavation, that material, and prior to the road cut, it was continuous all the way across. Radiocarbon dates of the bones have produced a variety of dates. 210 years for UCLA carbon dates in radiology. 1,450 years was published in the Journal of Utah Archaeology. There's a wide range. There's a spring that percolates right down through the middle of this, leaching and adding material, and so we would expect a wide range and not accurate dates because material is continually being added and leached, and the bones are replaced in varying degrees with other minerals, and so that indicates things are being added and things are being taken away, which would obviously not make for good radiocarbon dates. But if it's older than 1930, you see, that's the ball game. If it's older than 1930, it's 50 feet down with no access, unless you're going to go through these extremely hard layers, and that's not something somebody would do. You might tunnel through some of the side layers, but the tunnel at this point would have to come from at least 200 feet away. The bones themselves vary in the degree of replacement. Some of them are almost modern looking, as are many very old bones. Many dinosaur bones are fresh. Some of them are almost completely replaced, as is this bone. This bone I personally excavated, washed it off with a canteen. It had been out of the ground less than 5 minutes when I was holding it here and the picture was taken. It's a vibrant green. And from the flesh tones there, you can tell that that's a pretty good rendition of the color of those bones, replaced by a copper salt, by malachite. Some of them are turquoise, which likewise is a salt associated, a copper salt associated with copper. And here is a jawbone that is just perfectly replaced, held by Joe Taylor, whom some of you know. The teeth are jewelry grade turquoise. Sorry, that's just turquoise. Perfectly replaced. I don't think that's a modern burial. And I think the more you look at that, the more obvious that is. And I did mean to bring some of those bones. Unless I left it in the car, I didn't get here with them. But I do have some of the bones that are available for you to examine, and it's hard replaced bone. This is the site, the particular spot, where the bulldozer uncovered the first finds, and then Lynn Ottinger stumbled across it days later. Toward the road, down at the level that had been reached by the 70s excavation. This is a picture that was taken at that time, back in the early 70s. Pictures appeared and articles appeared in a number of magazines, I think, giving a fairly accurate rendition of what had been found and of the obvious problems that were involved. Lynn Ottinger was the one that stumbled across this days later. He was leading a rockhound group, and they were collecting minerals, and they stumbled across these bones. And if he looks like he ought to have "What Me Worry" written across the bottom here, you have, I wouldn't disagree with that. But he called these bones the Moab Man. He's a very unique, eccentric individual, and I'll just leave it at that. I don't think they should be called the Moab Man for a number of reasons. First, this is Lynn Ottinger's term, and Lynn was not the discoverer. He had no right to the bones. It wasn't his property. The bones didn't belong to him, though he confiscated the bones and sold them for $10,000. They weren't his. A lot of people have been prosecuted for less than that. He's fortunate that he wasn't, but his role was certainly not an honorable role in this matter. And furthermore, there have been 10 skeletons now found. He stumbled across, after they had been found, the first 2. And so he's completely unrelated, not directly, it wasn't the finder of the first 2, and completely unrelated to 80% of the find. And so I don't think he is a principal in this matter at all. And furthermore, they're not that close to Moab. There are lots of cities closer. LaSalle would be by far the closer. It's about 4, maybe 5 miles away. Moab is well over 20 miles away. And therefore, I think it's appropriate to disassociate the bones from Lynn Ottinger and the term Moab Man. Now, here's my wife holding the same bone in the same spot. The Creation Evidence Museum has the exclusive excavation rights that they have acquired from the owner of the property. They have designated the bones the Malachite Man. They're stained and replaced with malachite. And I think that's a much more appropriate designation for the reasons we have suggested. This is where the 70s find was. The finds of the 90s, where the rest of the bones were found more at this location. And the entire site of where they were found is at roughly the same level, but over an area 50 by 100 feet. So it's a very broad area where they're found, not in one spot. This is a picture taken by some of the archaeologists who were involved in the excavation of the 90s that I obtained from the BLM, the Bureau of Land Management. The blue flag there in the center shows you the spot where 2 skeletons were found. And also you can see the undisturbed nature of the rock in which they're found. Looking at a closer view, you can see actually some of the bones sticking out of the ground here at this spot. There's another skeleton over there where they're working. But this is typical of the undisturbed, semi-lithified middle layer, if you please, of the Dakota sandstone. Looking closer, you can see she's excavating this bone that is embedded in the rock. Here we see she's taking it down further, and now we see another knee over here showing up. This is one of the few, actually only 2 were articulated. They weren't completely articulated. The lower portion, that is, was together as in life. Most of them were just bones piled into place, not articulated. But this one was. We can see the pelvis here. And this shows the process of revelation as the rock was moved away. Here she's brushing away some of that which has been excavated. Here's the femur, the foot. Here's the pelvis over here. And then as it's further excavated, you can see the pelvis still embedded in the rock. Here is the second leg behind here, still even more embedded, as this one is being disclosed. Now, as you look at the previous pictures, you can see the process. Here is where it started, and they begin to uncover taking this out of the rock, and you can actually, as it were, be there and see this being revealed. This was the nearby skeleton. I say skeleton. This is a pile of bones. These are not associated. These 2 may look like they go together like a knee. This is a femur, but this does not go with the femur any more than these 2. These were just washed into place, and this is a pile of ribs, not necessarily oriented as in life, but in general, but not certainly not articulated, which is typical of most of the finds. This is the hole that was left when those 2 skeletons were removed. Again, you can see the undisturbed nature of the semi-lithified rock out of which they were dug. They were entombed in that rock, and they were excavated from that rock. These pictures were not mine. They were from the BLM pictures that they took of the excavation. I took this one earlier this spring. This is that spot. It's been cleaned up, and the backhoe marks can be seen there, but it does reveal the context. He's standing right about the spot where those skeletons were found. They haven't taken it further back. They're hoping to. They've got to remove the top. It'll cave in on them if they don't. But this is rock. You can also see the harder layers up above. This is what the bulldozers ran into. This is the base of the 30s excavation. And this, of course, is the base of the 70s excavation and the spot where the skeletons were found. We took the bones to William R. Maples, who's perhaps, or was perhaps, the leading forensic anthropologist in the world. He wrote the book Dead Men Do Tell Tales. He was famous for cracking the Bundy case. His lab was in charge of all the Vietnam remains. He was the one who identified Anastasia, her bones. Perhaps the most famous forensic anthropologist in the world. He established and ran until his death the C.A. Pound Human Identification Laboratory as a part of the University of Florida, part of the museum system there. And he agreed to and did examine 2 of the skeletons that we carried to him. He says, in answer to the objection that some had made, these were just Indians that had been buried, if buried before 1930, 50 feet down through those hard layers, which wouldn't make a lot of sense, but that's the claim. He says the skeletons show no conclusive Indian characteristics. There were some that you could point to, as some had, but you see that in the general population, and anyone, he says, that says these are necessarily Indians just doesn't know what they're talking about. That isn't the case. He also pointed out that the skeletons had no collagen in them, and that's a quick and dirty way to determine if they're hundreds of years old or thousands of years old. You take a match, you light the end of it, you smell. And he said there was no collagen there, which would indicate thousands of years as opposed to hundreds of years. This was also confirmed recently by Mike Armitage in a journal publication using a scanning electron microscope, showing that there was no collagen in the bones, which would certainly indicate that it wasn't a recent burial. Well, how do we explain this? What's the most reasonable explanation? You've pretty well assimilated the facts. Is it a mining accident? That's probably the standard answer that's being given today. Well, there's some very obvious negative indications of that. First, there's no evidence of tunnels. Zip. Nada. It's not there. I had one archaeologist point to what was a solution cavity that was produced by the spring in the middle. It wasn't associated with the bones, wasn't anywhere close to them, and it was maybe 3 feet in diameter and went back maybe 3 or 4 feet into the cliff. But it was a solution cavity and certainly not a tunnel, and certainly it would go in the wrong direction, and I don't think they were really serious in their proposal. You would have to have a tunnel 200 feet long, and you'd see evidence of that somewhere. They're dispersed over the wide area of 50 by 100 feet, which doesn't sound like a group huddled together in a mining accident. If it happened after 1930, we would have known about it. 10 people killed in a mining accident after 19. I don't think you'd have had something that obscure that nobody would have known about. If it was before 1930, then you'd have to have a tunnel 200 feet long, and there's no evidence of it. And the one who was driving the bulldozers just devoutly affirmed that there was no cracks, there was no break in the layers anywhere. There were 4 females and an infant in the total of 10, which doesn't sound like a mining operation, does it? Sound like a group of people that got caught in a catastrophe, washed into place. There were no crushed bones. If you got a mining accident, you got crushed bones. No tunnels, widely dispersed. The tunnel would have to be 200 feet long, no evidence of it. An infant, 4 females, and no crushed bones. As we say in Texas, that dog just won't hunt. That just won't fly as an explanation. And, top it off, no tools. Been all kind of screening. You saw some of the screens that were there in the foreground of the excavations in the 90s. Lynn Ottinger himself said he spent 3 weeks screening the entire area, found zip, nothing, no tools. That just doesn't look like a mining accident. Well, could it have been a recent burial, which is what some have suggested? Well, there are just all kinds of negative indications here. 50 feet down in the Dakota sandstone, under undisturbed hard layers. Now, some people like to bury them pretty deep, I guess, but now that's a little absurd, isn't it? Why would you through rock that was tearing up bulldozers, several layers of that hard? That just doesn't make any sense at all. Most of the skeletons were not articulated, which is what you would expect for a recent burial. The degree of mineral replacement is likewise counter-indicative of a recent burial. The range of radiocarbon dates up to 1,400 years, and no collagen is just virtual proof these are not recent burials. Now, what could it have been? Well, maybe an ancient burial. Here, all of these factors then become positive indications, don't they? An ancient catastrophic burial, like Steno talked about, 50 feet down in the Dakota sandstone. Well, if you saw Jurassic Park, you'd understand why humans normally wouldn't be found around those things. But if you ever find them together, you know it's not because they're 100 million years apart. They lived in different places. But here, together, under the hard layers, buried in the catastrophe, would be a kind of thing we'd expect. Some articulated, perhaps, most unarticulated. The fact that there's no collagen and the range of radiocarbon dates is exactly what we would predict. That model fits. A catastrophic ancient burial, not recent, fits this picture. In fact, maybe we can best explain it with a cartoon I saw the other day that looked like this. These were them that were buried in the catastrophe that missed the boat. The evidence summarized then involves first realizing this column that's causing all the problem, that's causing people to work so hard to say this can't be what it looks like it is simply a conceptual correlation to start with, and its purpose is not proof, and it's not in concrete. It is to be used as a test, and here it fails the test. Living fossils abundantly falsify the concept of extinction, which is fundamental to the building of that column. And the evolutionary progression is falsified. This is the chin-out test, the potential falsification for the theory as proposed by Dawkins. And it is falsified by the Malachite Man, where we have 10 humans in the layer, not dinosaurs at this place, but in that layer, a good ways away, certainly up at Dinosaur National Monument in the same layer. And by the way, the fact that that layer continues for over 1,000 miles is also indication of a catastrophe, not of local extent, but continental extent. Likewise, the Morrison Formation is thousands of miles in extent. These are continental layers. They're not local deposits. And some of them are literally global and can be traced around the globe. Fossil footprints of man and dinosaur are found the Burdick Tract, the Taylor Trail, the McFall Trail, some of you have heard us talk about, from Texas, New Mexico, Utah, Turkmenistan. Indian dinosaur petroglyphs likewise falsify the evolutionary progression from Utah and Colorado and Arizona. Peruvian and Mexican dinosaur artifacts in the form of burial stones, pottery, fabric, figurines, the cat track some of you have seen, the fossil finger, the iron hammer. There's just all kinds of evidence that falsify this evolutionary progression, and it should not be a surprise because it's not in concrete to start with. It's there to test. Okay, we test. It doesn't work. There are contradictions. A general order as we would predict, but the exceptions falsify the idea that they're segregated by millions of years rather than by habitat. I think Dawkins' criteria is met, and it's falsified. He says if a single well-verified mammal skull were to turn up in 500 million-year-old rocks, the whole modern theory of evolution would be utterly destroyed. Well, mammal skull, let's just take a whole mammal skeleton, 10 humans, not 500 million years, but as he acknowledged even from the Carboniferous, human bones would blow the theory of evolution out of the water. It is falsified by the very criterion that he sets forth. Stephen Stanley, that we referred to earlier, made this statement in detail, and let's conclude looking at what he had to say about it. He talked about the topsy-turvy fossils. Let's look at the context of that statement. He said there's an infinite variety of ways in which since 1859 the general concept of evolution might have been demolished. Consider the fossil record, little known resource in Darwin's day. The unequivocal discovery of a fossil population of horses in Precambrian rocks would disprove evolution. More generally, any topsy-turvy sequence of fossils would force us to rethink our theory, yet not a single one has come to light. And of course won't until he looks. We've invited him to Glen Rose. We've invited him out to Utah. He refuses to come. He continues saying, as Darwin recognized, a single geographic inconsistency would have nearly the same power of destruction. You don't have to have a whole lot. He said just one. Darwin said the same thing. But these are his terms: destroy and disprove. Power of destruction. That's the effect. Blow it out of the water. These are their descriptions of the implications of these finds. And there's lots of it. There's much more than a single inconsistency. Nova put it this way when they were talking about the footprints at Glen Rose and the possibility that it indicates man and dinosaur were together. Finding them side by side, what does that mean? Well, finding them, of course, they say there's nothing like it there. They have to because they understand the implication. Finding them would counter evidence that humans evolved long after the dinosaurs became extinct and back up the claim that all species, included man, were created at one time. I think we caught them in the truth. They understand what it means. Well, you can decide for yourself if we have well verified the find. I think it's as verified as any find could be. We have a lot of evidence, and the implication of that evidence is that evolution is falsified. And as Nova acknowledges, that creation is verified, that the idea that they're all together at the same time fits the evidence. All right, we'll conclude at this point.
Our first speaker, our topic is, the fossil record is more compatible with the model of creation than the model of evolution. Our first speaker is Dr. Don Patton.
We thank you for coming. We thank you for the opportunity to be here and to address this group, providing the room for us, and we appreciate that. The fossil record is one of my favorite subjects and has been for a long time. As a geologist, I've been accused of having rocks in my head from time to time, but we enjoy that kind of thing. Many people foolishly believe, at least in my estimation, that the fossil record belongs to evolutionists and supports evolution. My experience, my evaluation of the evidence is that is by no means the case, but rather that the fossils provide direct positive evidence for a sudden complex beginning. But first, if we're going to find evidence for evolution, we have to have evidence from the fossils. This is where it's at, if you please. S.M. Stanley of Johns Hopkins University made this statement: "It's doubtful whether in the absence of fossils the idea of evolution would represent anything more than an outrageous hypothesis." The fossil record, and only the fossil record, provides direct evidence of major sequential changes in the Earth's biota. Obviously, there's evidence in other areas, but direct evidence that would support a firm conclusion, I think, would have to come from the fossils. But let's also notice this about evidence from the fossils from John Horner. Many of you saw Jurassic Park. The character that film was based on, the fellow digging up dinosaurs up in Montana, was Jack Horner. He says in his book, Dinosaur Lives, paleontology is a historical science, a science based on circumstantial evidence after the fact, and we can never reach hard and fast conclusions. History doesn't reach the kind of conclusions that hard science reaches. He says these days it's easy to go through school for a good many years, sometimes even through college, without ever hearing that some sciences are historical or by nature inconclusive. So this is the evidence, the only direct evidence, but it's not conclusive evidence even so. But I think there's a strong indication given from the fossil record. One of the ways to compare contrasting models is to make predictions and to see which one is fulfilled best when we look at the actual evidence. Regarding the fossil record, there are obviously very dramatically contrasting predictions that would be made by both. The evolutionist, when he's looking at the beginning of the fossil record, which would probably be the most critical aspect of it, would predict a simple, gradual, linked group of fossils at the beginning of the fossil record, whereas the creationist predicts exactly the opposite, a complex, abrupt, diverse group at the beginning. Now, those two are so dramatically different that we should have no trouble looking at the fossil record to see which one is served best by the evidence. In the continuing record, the evolutionist would predict similarities, branching pattern of similarities due to common ancestry, an allied continuum, a progression, one leading to the other, whereas the creationist would predict similarities due to common designer. It's reasonable to expect similar forms or common forms from a common origin, common designer, similar forms for similar functions. But it would be in a mosaic pattern, not a branching pattern, as the designing artist would put a blue tile here and a blue tile there, depending on whether it's needed, but not connected or branching. They would be separate and distinct. Stasis would be the order of the day rather than progression. That's how you would distinguish between what's going on in terms of evolution. That's different. Again, you should be able to look and tell which one is served best by the evidence. Well, how will we look and tell? I can tell you what the fossil record is, the nature of it, and many would say, well, you're prejudiced as one who believes in creation. The method that I'm going to be using is that of quotes from the antagonistic witness, from those who are devout believers in evolution. Now, John has had a little hard time getting this concept in previous lectures, and what he's written up after I spoke indicates that this has not sunk in. So let's work on this concept a minute so we understand it. When you have testimony from a friendly witness who testifies in court saying the accused is honest or the accused has no reasonable motive, then that will certainly help. But if you can elicit testimony from an antagonistic witness, then the same testimony takes on much greater weight. If this one who believes the fellow is guilty, obviously, says, well, yes, I admit he's honest, and I admit there's no reasonable motive, then that is much weightier testimony. Friendly testimony helps, but what the lawyer calls acknowledgments contrary to interest are much more weighty, and that's what we'll be using. I don't want anyone to misunderstand. These witnesses are evolutionists. They're devout believers in evolution. They're men of great faith in evolution. Let's not... Now, when you listen to some of the things they say, you'll think, well, now, he's quoting a creationist. No, let's not... I don't want to leave that impression. I want that clear. Here's an example. Richard Dawkins is one of the most ardent anti-creationists in the world, actually from Oxford and Cambridge. He says, we find many of them, speaking of the fossil record, already in an advanced state of evolution the very first time they appear. Now, it's a state of evolution. He believes that. But it's not because there's an evolutionary history. It's because of his faith, because when they appear, they're advanced. It is as though they were just planted there without any evolutionary history. Needless to say, this appearance of sudden planting has delighted the creationist, and I'll plead guilty there. That's what we would predict. And that's another way of saying this is not what we predict, it is what they predict, which is the way we test models. National Geographic had an article just a couple of years ago on the
lowest layer of the geologic column, when you look in this column where the life begins, below the Cambrian you've got some blue-green algae and bacteria, but when it really starts, it starts in an explosion, and that's the way they depict it. Stephen Gould, a very devout evolutionist of Harvard, describes it this way: the Cambrian explosion occurred in a geological moment. We have reason to think that all major anatomical designs may have made their evolutionary appearance at that time. Now, he has great faith that it was an evolutionary appearance. Why? Well, not because there's any record of evolution there. When they appeared, when it started, you have all the major anatomical designs. In fact, he says we had more then than we have now. It's gone downhill, as we'll see. Not only the phylum Chordata itself, but also all its major divisions. That's us, that's the animals with backbones. Not saying that we were in the Cambrian, but animals with backbones. Our phylum was represented at the very beginning. We're looking, I think, at an environment at the bottom of the ocean. We wouldn't predict everything lived at the bottom of the ocean. He says, since the so-called Cambrian explosion, no new phyla of animals have entered the fossil record. Now, there were more then, we've gotten less now, and no new ones. But they were all that we have now were there when the explosion took place. Now, according to the evolutionists themselves, the antagonistic witnesses, then, we have those beginnings complex and suddenly, right at the start, they're advanced as if they were just planted there. Again, this is not the creationist, this is the evolutionist. We won't have time in this presentation to document all of this. It will be documented in the handout that's available at the back. Sometimes we're told in the textbooks that nothing but shallow seas anywhere in the Cambrian. Well, we've got 60 genera of land plants, including 6 vascular plants, or woody plants, trees. We also have all the major anatomical designs, the Chordata, all its major divisions. We have vertebrates from dozens of states. And we have, since the Cambrian, no new phyla. Now, I couldn't have written that better myself. When we think about what's predicted and what we find, that's pretty delightful as far as the creationists are concerned. The predictions are fulfilled. They are contradicted with evolution. Yet this is what we've got in the textbooks. That's not what we have in the fossil record. In fact, Gould says that. The evolutionary trees that adorn our textbooks have data only at the tips and nodes of their branches. The rest is inference, however reasonable, not the evidence of the fossils. In fact, he indicates in his book, Wonderful Life, that if you turn it upside down, it's closer because you've got more then than you got now, and it's gone downhill. He says the sweep of anatomical diversity reached a maximum right after the initial diversification of multicellular animals. Now, he believes that there was this evolutionary diversification, but what he sees is the maximum diversity right at the start, as if they were just planted there. The later history of life proceeded by elimination, not expansion. And then he has a chapter actually ridiculing the idea of this cone of diversity, as he refers to it, which is predicted by the evolutionists, this simple beginning that gradually progresses upward and gets more diverse. He says, no, the diversity was greater at the beginning, and it has gone downhill. Now, it doesn't take somebody real bright to understand which of the two models is served best by that evidence as acknowledged by the antagonistic witness. It's the opposite of what we see in the textbooks. Well, where did this come from? Well, the textbooks have this because of the assumption of evolution. This is the way it ought to be, and so that's the way it's drawn. As Gould says, it is not the evidence of the fossils. He says, Roger Lewin, the editor of Research and Use in Science, writing in his book Bones of Contention, tells us how this tree of life is put together. There is a fundamental basic assumption. The key issue is the ability to correctly infer genetic relationship between two species on the basis of a similarity in appearance. And then they line up the similarities according to this tree, beginning, of course, with the simplest at the bottom. But the basis of this is similarity. That's how they put it, not because of the fossils. He acknowledges this is deceptive, though he believes in the system, partly because similarity of structure does not necessarily imply identical genetic heritage. A shark, which is a fish, a porpoise, which is a mammal, look similar, When we see these two fish, they look similar. And if you agreed with that statement, I caught you, because while they look like fish, neither of them are. One's a reptile, one's a mammal. Neither are fish. But they look similar, but they're not kin. And so this is not a consistent principle. And when we look at critters like the platypus, by this principle, he's kin to almost everybody. He's got a bill like a duck and webbed feet. He's got claws with fangs that inject venom, lays eggs like a reptile. He has fur like a beaver. The old adage is that which proves too much proves nothing. When you look at the whole picture of similarities, and we need to look at similarities when we're talking about fossils, because that's how you line them up. Without the association based on similarities, you have the fossils don't say anything. They're just a bunch of dead things and rocks. And so based on the similarities, they're able to line them up. And yet this basis is very inconsistently applied. Some similarities, just some. Many are ignored. We look at blood serum. The chimpanzee is very similar. In fact, with the right antiserum, you can actually interchange at times. But when you look at milk chemistry, not so. The donkey is much closer than the chimpanzee. When you look at cholesterol, well, lo and behold, the garter snake has cholesterol like we do. In terms of foot structure, which we've been interested in our work down at Glen Rose, what's similar to the human foot? Some footprints look like human feet. Well, the glacial bear is closest, not the ape. He's got a hand for a foot, doesn't he? Now, with the glacial bear, his hands are reversed. The thumbs are on the outside and got claws in the quadruped. You don't confuse the two, but you take the claws off and the skin off and the flesh, and wow, that looks like a human foot. A lot more than the ape does. The chicken has tear enzyme like, well, it is lysosome. We have that in our eyes to help fight bacteria. The chicken needs it in the egg to fight bacteria. Very, very complex protein. Blood antigen A, lo and behold, you find that in the butter bean. In terms of brain hormone, amazingly, the cockroach has the same brain hormone we have. Notice this from Discover magazine. Don't squash that roach, he may be your cousin. Cockroach and man, it seems, share a common brain hormone. We see similarities, but this is not a branching pattern that we're looking at here. We're looking at that mosaic pattern of similarities. When you look at the whole picture, it often looks very different. The evidence, the fossil record, the only direct evidence, has a critical beginning that is complex, abrupt, diverse. All the phyla there, more than we got now, none new since. These trees of life are from selected similarities. They are not from the fossils. The similarities reveal a mosaic pattern, not a branching pattern. When we proceed then in the fossil record, notice the description, again by the antagonistic witness, Stephen Gould, who devoutly believes in evolution. We can tell tales of improvement for some groups, but in honest moments we must admit that the history of complex life is more a story of multifarious variation about a set of basic designs than a saga of accumulating excellence. Now, I told you you'd think some of these were creationists, but they're not. He talks of designs which he doesn't believe in, but that's what it looks like, and you catch him using the term from time to time, and maybe honest moments, as he put it. This is the picture that we see rather than the progression. Darwin understood this problem. Many people think Darwin was convinced by the fossil record. From origin of the species, we read innumerable transitional forms must have existed, but why do we not find them embedded in countless numbers in the crust of the earth? And why is not every geological formation, every stratum full of such intermediate links? He says that's not the case. Geology assuredly does not reveal any such graduated organic chain, and this perhaps is the greatest objection which can be urged against my theory. A lot of people think that Darwin was bolstered by and encouraged by the fossil record. He studied it a great deal. No, this, he said, was the greatest problem. This is delightful to the creationist, but it's a problem for the evolutionist. Many would say, well, that was back then, it's gotten better. No, it's gotten worse. David Repp of the Field Museum of Natural History, he's the senior curator of invertebrate paleontology. This is the largest fossil museum in the United States. Says Darwin was completely aware of this. He was embarrassed by the fossil record. We're delighted. They're embarrassed. One fits the predictions, one doesn't. This is their description because it didn't look the way he predicted it would. Well, he says, we're now about 120 years after Darwin. The knowledge of the fossil record has been greatly expanded. We now have 250,000 fossil species, but the situation hasn't changed much. Ironically, we have even fewer examples of evolutionary transition than we had in Darwin's time. It goes on to mention several that are often touted in the textbooks, like the horse series and Archaeopteryx and some of those. It's gotten worse, and we've lost some of the ones that we thought we had. Derek Ager, when this was written, was president of the British Geological Association, says it must be significant that nearly all of the evolutionary stories I learned as a student have now been debunked. The textbooks don't always tell us that. D.B. Kitts says evolution requires intermediate forms. This is the way you would see evolution. Paleontology does not provide them. The fact that discontinuities are almost always and systematically present. Now, they can be there because of random sampling, but this is systematic, he says. This is genuine historical knowledge. S.M. Stanley of Johns Hopkins says the fact the fossil record does not convincingly document a single transition. Now, you'll find people with pages of these transitions, and put them on a page and saying they're transitions doesn't make them so. Those who would love to say otherwise, the antagonistic witness says there's not one. Stewart says our faith postulates its existence, but the type fails to materialize. Corner says to the unprejudiced, the fossil record is in favor of special creation. Why? Well, it's complex, abrupt, diverse, all the file at the beginning. We have that which delights the creationist, embarrasses the evolutionist. It was Darwin's biggest problem, worse now. The links, one by one, have been debunked. They certainly devoutly believe in evolution, but they acknowledge, even in their own words, that the fossils favor creation. There's good reason for that. That's not Sunday school material. That's the fossils. That's the evidence, the facts. And that's why I think the fossil record favors creation, because of the evidence. Primarily from those who are devout evolutionists who would love to say otherwise, give you their right arm not to have to say some of the things they say. But I think it's an open and shut case. The predictions are met. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And if we can just take a second to get the projectors. The projectors ready?
It's coming up.
Okay. We had a little problem earlier. Found out the putting LCD projectors. Oh, okay. We don't need another time. We just don't want people going up. They can go up. Okay, you ready?
Wait for it to come up. Wait. Wait for the picture to come up.
What's that?
Wait for the picture to come up.
Is that it?
It's coming. A little more time. A little more time. No, it's getting brighter. Come on. The sun is coming up. Okay. Can you? I suppose everybody can hear me.
Can I introduce you, please?
Oh, please.
Okay, very quickly. And now we have John Blanton with the fossil record is not more compatible with the model of creation than the model of evolution.
I'm John Blanton. I'm with the North Texas Skeptics, which is a local nonprofit organization. I've known Don Patton for over 10 years. I go to his meetings. I've been going since about 1989. I kind of feel like Einstein's fictitious chauffeur who chauffeured Dr. Einstein around to all these lectures. And he sat in the back of the room listening to the lectures so long that pretty soon he was able to give them himself. And I want to go ahead and tell the rest of the joke now, but I'll get into this talk. Back here at the table we have Danny Barnett. Danny Barnett will give away everything from the North Texas Skeptics is absolutely free. Danny will give you copies of the newsletter. He'll tell you how to join the North Texas Skeptics. I have brought copies of the presentation plus some all other material on CD-ROMs. I only brought about 10 CD-ROMs. You're going to have to share it, guys. Afterwards, in fact, right now, if you were to log on right now, you can get a copy of this presentation off our website. So jot this down. If you don't get a copy of the presentation on CD-ROM, you can just jot this down and log on and get a copy later on. So what I'm going to say is that the fossil record is not more compatible with the model of creation than the model of evolution. Well, what are we talking about? When we got started in this, nobody ever said, well, what is the model for creation? What is the model for evolution? We just assumed that everybody knew what this meant. We never did define the terms. It's kind of a backward way to get into a debate, but here we go. I get to define it, and I'm going to say that the creation model is a myth. It's based on the Bible. The creation model that Don talks about, that he preaches at his meetings every month, are all biblical based. First, and the second thing I'll say is there's no such thing as a model of evolution. This deal, so-called model of evolution, once again, is just a bit of fiction. And I'm going to give you some illustrative examples. We'll go a page up. Oops. Okay, the mythical creation model is based on the Bible. And here's what it is. The earth and the whole universe were created by a supernatural person all about the same time. Problem is, there are two contradictory versions of it. If you go to Genesis 1.1 through 1.31, there's one version. You go to Genesis 2, there's another version. They don't reconcile. They tell a different story. But all of them have one thing in common, that there was a worldwide flood that accounts for the known geological formations. Here we go. Here's the Genesis myth number 1. Day 1, sky, earth, light. All of you, I'm sure everybody here has read Genesis, or you probably wouldn't be in this room. So I'm not going to go ahead and read the whole thing to you. Oops. All right. Myth number 2 is that, as you see, is different. Earth and the heavens start out as misty, then Adam, the first man on the desolate earth, then the plants, and then the animals, and then Eve, the first woman created from Adam's rib. Now, the Bible accounts for the fossil record. Really? First of all, there's no mention of continents or anything beyond about a 400-mile radius of what is now Jerusalem. There is no mention of plate tectonics in the Bible. There's no mention of fossils at all. Trilobites are completely absent in the biblical record. The Bible doesn't mention trilobites once. To geologists and paleontologists, trilobites are a big thing. How did the Bible miss this? Whatever happened to the dinosaurs? They're not in the Bible either. And to say nothing of Australopithecus. And the Bible is a complete dud when it comes to explaining the fossil record. What is the mythical model of evolution? Well, I'm going to disappoint you. It's only science. It's just hundreds and thousands of real scientists, people who've gone to college, worked real hard, got degrees, spend their lifetimes in careers working, doing real science, and developing this science. They developed the science of cosmology, developed the science of geology, paleontology, biology, and never once going back and referring to some magical person to explain everything. Surprise! Guess what? Evolution and modern geology were developed by creationists. James Hutton and Charles Lyell were creationists. They developed the modern science of geology. Charles Darwin was a creationist up until he made his trip and began to study the various fossils and other examples, or other specimens that he collected on his trip, and developed the modern science of evolution, or the evolutionary theory, which really, I guess, as far as Charles Darwin is concerned, he developed the idea of natural selection, because evolution is an idea that has been around for thousands of years. What is true? Well, it's not the Bible. First of all, Adam and Eve are fictitious. Noah is a fictitious character with no purpose because there was no flood. Abraham, a mythical figure, is as well. Moses, who is Moses? Charlton Heston, as everybody knows. Science is true, and I'm going to tell you what is true. First of all, the sun was formed by the collapse of hydrogen and helium gas in deep space. The Earth was formed by the accretion of heavy elements. The heavy elements were formed deep within a large star that went critical, formed within a supernova. The Earth is about 4.5 billion years old. That is to say, it's existed as an accreted object about that time. Life started spontaneously on Earth about 3.8 billion years ago, and we are all descended from that first life. More of what is true. The fossil record reflects this great lineage. We're all descended from common life 3.8 billion years ago, and the fossil record shows this. The fossils of ancient forms are in ancient formations. The fossils of more modern forms do not appear until more recent geological formations. Biochemistry furthermore reinforces this lineage, and without contradiction. There is no contradiction anywhere of the fossil record by modern biochemistry. And this is through, for example, analysis of DNA and protein sequences. Why is the creation model false? Because creationism wants a young Earth. But the Earth is old. Origins of layered settlement, including barbs, which I'll explain, Green River Formation, on and on. Here's a list of things that I'll get to if I have time. This material is taken from this website here. So when you get a copy of the presentation, you can log on and get this material yourself. Here are barbs. You don't think the Earth is old? Geologists will tell you about barbs. Barbs show how early yearly dates like tree rings do. Seasonal changes within a lake, within an ancient lake, stream flowing into the lake, deposited layers of sediment, a different color for a different season. Year after year, dark, light, dark, light, dark, light, each couplet representing 1 year. Some formations show 10 million couplets. Now this isn't to say that all of these are invariably 1 year per couplet, but the ones that do stack up much more easily, much more time than the Bible will allow for. The geological record shows multiple glaciations. Once again, these are quotes from a website, and here's the reference. You have to go back and refer to this for the rest of the text. Shows the multiple glaciations, and I'll get to that. Late Ordovician tillites are sandwiched between overlying 500-meter thick marine shales and underlying sandstones and clay beds, and the 300 to 400 meter thick layer above it. The tillites range from a few meters to 200 meters thick. These tillites are soils that are produced by the glaciation process. The tillites take a long time to form. They're formed by the glaciers, and there are multiple layers of them. You're going to have to ask yourself, if the creation model is true, if all of these geological strata were formed in one great big flood, or a series of floods, or even just a number of events that are spread over a few years, or a few hundred years, or a few thousand years, they're not going to be able to account for this. Here is a diagram that I've drawn. Shows on the bottom a marine sediment. On top of the marine sediment is a glacial tillite, which was formed by a glacier. On top of that is another marine sediment. The idea of this forming during a few years, a few thousand years, especially during a time of 100 days flood, is fairly absurd. Now, I haven't shown you everything. There are cases where we have multiple stacks of this. Where this goes on more than this. Shows multiple glaciation periods interspersed with periods of marine sediment. Angular unconformities. This is evidence of an old Earth, the angular unconformities. The exposure shown above the picture you just saw, is similar to what James Hutton saw. The sedimentary rocks below were formed horizontally. And then later, a tectonic event lifted them. And they tilted. And now we had all of these layers that had been horizontal at an angle. And then erosion and other forces scraped them off till the upper surface was nearly level. And a new surface formed on top of that. This is not something that you would find happening in a 100 days flood. And to make a long story short, you can read all of this. This is one of the things that gave James Hutton the idea, convinced him that the Earth was very old. His interpretation of the angular unconformity was thus a watershed in the history of geology, absolutely refuting the idea of a worldwide flood causing all of these geological formations. This is another argument. If it was God's purpose to make everything, why did he go through all of this process, build up all these layers, and then wear them down, put them at an angle, saw them off, put more layers on top of them? It's a nice argument. I like that argument. Weathering and erosion. Some soils take a long time to form. We have layers of certain kinds of paleosoils that take millions of years to form. This is completely incompatible with being formed during a worldwide flood. Salt deposits. We have salt deposits that are thousands of feet thick. The salt is formed when the salt water comes into a shallow basin and is allowed to dry out over periods of thousands and millions of years. And then we have carbonates on top of that, and then in some cases I think we have salt layers on top of the carbonates. This is another thing that's completely incompatible with a 100-day-old flood that's causing all these these geological formations. I'm going to skip over this. I'll use this material later on when we get back to it. DNA of humans and other animals. Don kind of touched on this, on protein differences between different species. I'll get back to that during the rebuttal period. The bottom line is, based on the sequence of amino acids in carbonic anhydrase 1I, you can more or less form this tree. And this, based on the, in fact, scientists do this, based on the differences of the amino acids, common amino acids, but in different forms for the different organisms, they can get a very good idea of how far back they branched off. Don talked about the lack of branching, and yet when we look at the biological evidence, the biochemical evidence, you see the branching. And it's not only here in the amino acid sequences, it's also in the DNA. Evolution makes sense of homologies. Richard Owen, who was, as I recall, a creationist, in fact, introduced the term homology to refer to the structural similarities among organisms. The homologies bear out the branching structure of all the organisms, the branching relationship of the living organisms. Evolution makes sense of the homologies. Why would certain cave-dwelling fish have degenerate eyes that cannot see? It's because their ancestors once lived outside in the light and needed the eyes. Once more, I'll defer the genetic code till later. The genetic code for protein-coding genes is nearly universal in the two kinds of cells. Here we go, trying to pronounce this word. The eukaryotes and the prokaryotes. We are made of eukaryotic cells. That is to say, our cells have well-defined nuclei with the nucleus wall. Bacteria are prokaryotes. The genetic code is homologous among living organisms. It is similar despite the fact that there exist many equally good genetic codes. In other words, you could have built us a different way. You could take a chemistry set. If you were good enough in chemistry and you had a good enough library, you could build a human being from scratch. You don't have to use exactly the same sequence of DNA to construct a human being. As long as it produces the correct proteins in the cell at the right time, you can generate a human being. And he will obviously have no lineage in common with all these other animals in the world. And yet, we do. When you examine our biochemistry, you see that we are related very distantly to all of these other life forms through a common ancestry. Oh, trilobite evolution. For people who say there's no observed evolution, here's something. Although the fossil record is often poor and incomplete, there are certain... Wait, these aren't my words. Look at the thing down the bottom. This is the source for this material, so I'm not taking credit for this. The fossil record is often poor and incomplete. There are certain deposits where sedimentary layers remain in nearly continuous series. Fossils from these series provide direct evidence of evolutionary change. Sheldon examined a series of sedimentary layers from the Ordovician period about 500 million years ago containing trilobite fossils, which are now extinct. And the samples were obtained from every 3 million years, and the number of ribs in each species of trilobite changed over time. Some of these changes over time were so large that the animals at the end of the series are assigned a new genus. For those who say that there are no intermediate, fossils, this is the counterexample. The trilobites are so well preserved. I'm not even going to get into, for one thing, because it's hard for me to pronounce the word, foraminiferal evolution. Foraminiferal are little one-celled animals, and they produce a hard shell, and we know about them through their shells. I'm going to move forward and show you the picture. Here is the illustration from the website. I advise people to go back, examine this material yourself. The creationists usually do not invite people at their meetings to go back and examine the source material. I've been going to the creationist meetings for over 10 years. I very seldom see these guys go back and examine the source material, and for good reason. Whale evolution. Well, the evidence. Tectonics. Here's the known sequence of whale evolution from land animals to modern whales. The tectonics, the Pachycetus, the Ambulocetus, the Rhodocetus, the Basilosaurus, and the Durodon. If I have enough time, I'll get into some of this. Here's a skull reconstruction. This was a land animal, which is thought to be an ancestor of modern whales. And there's the Pachycetus skull reconstruction, which is a later descendant along the lineage. Here is the Ambulocetus natans. I'm not familiar with that particular form. This is a reconstruction of a full skeleton. Notice the hind legs. Do whales have hind legs? Yet here's an ancestor of a whale with hind legs. The Rhodocetus, once again, still has hind legs, but if you notice that he's more adapted for swimming than he is for walking on land. There's kind of thought that this animal was not very good on land at all, and probably not. And here's another reconstruction. This is most likely this is all that they found of one particular fossil. And then here's the Basilosaurus. This is, as I understand, this is the official fossil of the state of Mississippi and the state of Alabama. There are a lot of them found in this country, in the southeastern United States. This was a completely marine animal and was very close to modern whale. I'm going to allow that scientists think that this guy has no modern descendants. Basilosaurus, many real scientists think Basilosaurus died out and did not leave any descendants, but he was along the lineage there's the Urodon. And you notice, down there below is, below the skeleton, toward the back, what are those? Those are the vestigial feet. The whale living in the ocean now no longer needs feet. Natural selection is deselecting these feet. The feet are going away. And this is what we see in modern whales today. We see an animal that supposedly was created at one time to live in the ocean, and yet for some reason he was given useless feet. These useless feet are the remnants of his ancestors. This is what he got from his land-dwelling ancestors. In fact, maybe if I have time later on, I'll get into the animal that we're pretty sure was the real ancestor of modern whales, which was an ungulate, a grazing, two-toed, or even in fact two-hoofed animal. The closest relative to the modern whale that we find on land today is most likely the hippopotamus, or something in that same family. So I'm going to wind this down now, and then I'll turn the talk. Oh wait, I get to do the rebuttal now.
You have 15 seconds. Right?
No, I get to do the rebuttal now.
No.
Oh, okay. All right, he can do it.
No, if you 10 seconds, correct? Now we have 15 minutes. Correct. And Dr. Patton is starting. Correct? Okay. That was my understanding, that we were going to have 2 20-minute segments, and 2 10s, and then 2 5s. Okay. Dr. Don Patton.
Thank you. I was beginning to get a little bit disappointed. I thought we weren't going to be getting to the fossil record. He finally did get to that. I thought we had agreed to debate the fossil record, though most of it had nothing to do with the fossil record. It reminded me of the write-up in the Nashville Tennessean several years ago when Dr. Gish debated one of the professors there at the University of Texas, and the reporter, who was an evolutionist, wrote up the debate and said, Dr. Gish is the one that talked about the fossil evidence, whereas the opponent thumped the Bible, and that's what he talked about, and that was the reverse of what he had expected, which is pretty much what we witnessed here this afternoon. A myth based on the Bible. Well, I'm not going to debate the Bible this afternoon. I agreed and signed a paper saying I was going to debate the fossil record, and so that's what I'm going to be talking about. If you'd like to debate the Bible, I'll be glad to sign propositions for that. But I'm going to keep my word and debate what I said we were going to debate. It's tempting to answer some of that which is very easily answered, but I'm going to keep my agreement. A major portion of it, maybe a third of the presentation, was on the age of the Earth. Well, that may indirectly relate to the issue of the fossil record, but that's not the fossil record. He talks about varves and just gives the a priori statement that proves the old age. It takes a year, maybe a little bit more sometimes. In the secular literature, that has been severely discounted. The Green River Shale shows catfish with adipose tissue 4 and 5 inches thick that are covered with dozens of these varves. Now, it's going to lay there for years and years and years. Adipose tissue still preserved. No, that had to be preserved rapidly, covered quickly. At Mount St. Helens, there was over 600 feet of quarter-inch laminae laid down one afternoon at about 150 miles an hour. 600 feet of quarter-inch laminae. It's rock. You hit it with a hammer. It's hard as it rings like a bell. It does not take a long time to do that. Tillite takes as long as it takes for the glacier to melt. There is no factor in tillite itself that requires age. That's just an affirmation unsupported. And likewise with angular unconformities, if you have the turbulence of a flood, which was a subject you brought up, wasn't my doing, then you do exactly that kind of thing. It is a direct prediction of that. It doesn't take millions of years to form soil. That's just, what was the evidence that he gave for that? Anybody hearing? Just asserted it. A number of volcanic islands have been completely viable within 50, at least 100 years. You look at Mount St. Helens, the area that was sterile as the moonscape, as it was described, is now blossoming and blooming and doing just great. And it hasn't taken millions of years, thousands of years, hundreds of years. The soil is doing fine, though it was completely wiped away. He talked about the phylogeny of primates and says this shows evolution. Well, there's an awful lot of evolutionary assumption involved in arranging the phylogenies, and it depends on which authorities you quote to say how they line up. Now, you've got some that line them this way and some that line them that way. Colin Patterson is not a lightweight. He's curator of the largest fossil museum in the world, British Museum of Natural History. He spoke on that at the American Museum of Natural History, quoted in Science. He said the prediction is made that these phylogenies would appear out of the biochemical evidence, and the prediction is precisely falsified. You have predictions of kinship that are bizarre, that do not fit. And so that's, I just deny that that is the case. You can see some that would line up, and actually when you look at the interior structure, you see similarities. That gets back to the point we were making a moment ago. When you look at the entire picture, you see a very different thing. I want to move to similarities here for just a second, and he mentioned the chromosomes. This is not an argument he made. Well, actually, he hinted at it. Let's turn this on, Ross. This is in a number of textbooks where they argue about. Now, again, we're not on the fossil record, but I'm following somebody who's off track. You look at the chromosome, the number of chromosomes, and it looks like evolution. You look at the whole picture, though, when you get more information, as we've gotten now. We see tobacco's got more than us. The fern has 480. The turkey has 82. We've just got 46. In terms of amount of DNA, humans have something like 3 billion base pairs. But you look at this particular plant, I won't try to pronounce it, he has 125 billion. The lungfish, 139 billion. Another plant at 160. Here's a couple of amoeba that are way off the chart in terms of amount of DNA. Well, I'm not sure that really says a whole lot about evolution, but we see arguments like that being made from time to time. Ross, just cut that. He did get to the fossil record at the end. Trilobites prove evolution. Trilobites are found at certain levels, and that's exactly right. Many would affirm it is due to ecological zonation. Certain ones lived at this level, certain ones lived at that level. They would be buried where they lived. They are trilobites when they start. Some of the most beautiful, ornate, fanciest trilobites are right at the bottom of that Cambrian. Those are the complex organisms they were talking about. When they get through the evolutionary sequence that's assumed, it's still a beautiful trilobite. They have ribs that change, not necessarily because they evolve from one another. There's a variety of them. We see that in varieties of horses. You see the ribs coming and going and coming and going. There's not this pattern that branches toward greater complexity at all. In fact, the greatest complexity is at the bottom. With foraminifera, we find exactly the same thing. In fact, we have found the exact sequence that you see in the textbooks in the ocean today, zoned by temperature zonation. Certain ones live at this temperature, certain ones live at that temperature. That's how they got buried, and so it's reflected in the fossil record just that way. In terms of whale evolution, many of these pictures he was showing you are beautiful pictures. The problem is you've got 2 or 3 bones in some instances that have been interpreted in this manner. He did not tell you what the original source material was at all. Many paleontologists will just get up and fight virulently against the idea that these are whales anyway. You got a few ankle bones, a few tail bones here and there. If they have feet and they're running around, it's difficult to call it a whale, some would say. Maybe not just for that reason. It is controversial even among evolutionary paleontologists. The vestigial feet are used to anchor mussels. They are very necessary, according to the anatomist. The assumption that they're vestigial is just an assertion and is an illustration of some of the real bad science that comes as a result of evolution. I might give an example of that if I can find, I'm looking here, not seeing it right now. We did have one who wrote up some material that I presented at the skeptics meeting. This was Ms. Vaughn, and he mentioned the vestigial organs, but the appendix came up at the meeting, and Patton claims, she says, that the doctors have now learned removing the appendix, let's turn this on, regularly is the wrong thing to do because we need them to produce antibodies. She says, first off, the appendix does not now, never has in our evolutionary past produced antibodies. It just hangs around. It's the kato-kaolin of organs, becomes inflamed. That's all it's good for. I've done medical research for 11 years. I'm at Southwestern and all of this. Here's a recent article. For years, appendix is credited with very little physiological function. We know it serves an important purpose. The fetus of the young and the adults. In the past, it was routinely removed during surgeries. Now the appendix is spared, and then a later article, among human adults, the appendix is now thought to be involved primarily in immune functions, shown to function as lymph node organs in the production of antibodies, which is exactly what I said. Now, I don't have 11 years of medical research, but I evidently knew more than her, then blinded by her evolutionary philosophy, which has mutilated, butchered generations because they assumed this thing was useless based on the evolutionary philosophy. That's one of the consequences. This is the way you test a model. What are the predictions? Do they come true? We predicted it would be found to be useful. They predicted it would not, and they were wrong. The tillites, the varves, the trilobites, the few things that he did mention in the fossil record by no means prove his point, and most of it wasn't relevant to the fossil record at all. Thank you.
Okay, now once our projector is there, are going, we will have another 10 minutes from John Blanton. 5 and 5, and we're probably going to run right up to 5 o'clock. Would anybody object if we went, say, would either of you guys object if we went another 10 minutes?
That's fine.
Okay, would that be okay? John, would that be okay if we went an extra 10 minutes for?
Yep, fine.
Okay.
Can you hear me? All right, I'll get started.
Are you ready with your production?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Don mentioned Stephen Jay Gould and the Cambridge explosion. He did not tell you the full story. Once again, like I said, I've been to the MEOS meetings for the last 10 or 12 years, and I see this time and time again. Tell a quick quote out of a famous book by a real scientist, someone who actually does work in the field, someone who actually has a degree in the field. And then take a quick quote out of his book, take it out of context, and put it up there, and the guy seems to be saying the opposite of what he says if you go read the rest of the book. In fact, we did that one time. Jeff Umberger and I went to the MEOS meeting a number of years ago. I think it was back in 1992. Don gave us the handouts from his talks. There were a number of quotes from these handouts. Jeff Umberger took the quotes over to the University of Texas at Dallas Library and looked up the source material. In many cases, pertinent passages had been deliberately deleted. Passages which explained that the author was saying exactly the opposite what the speaker wanted the audience to think. In one case, the most egregious example I've ever seen, 3 phrases were taken from a couple of paragraphs. They were put together in a slightly different order, not in the same sequence that the original author had placed them. And then this was put up on the screen for the audience to see. And it had the author, a real scientist, seemed to be saying the opposite of what he actually said in the full article. Now, since I cannot anticipate what the speaker will bring up at the debate. I couldn't bring all of this material, but it's all online. You have the North Texas Skeptics website. Log on. Look up our newsletters. All our newsletters back in 1987 are online. You can pull them up. You can see the original article with the original text from Don Patton's handouts, the original text from the actual source, and you can make the comparison yourself. So, if Stephen Jay Gould seems to be saying that Stephen Jay Gould, one of the biggest supporters of evolution these days, seems to be saying that evolution is a bunch of hogwash, then maybe you need to go check the original material. I have a copy of his book, Wonderful Life, which was quoted here. I cannot immediately bring up the original passage, which gives someone who uses this kind of approach a definite advantage. It's up to you people as thinking individuals to go and chase down the original material yourself, get a copy of Don's handouts, go back to the original sources, go to our website. You will see it on our website following this debate. One of the things is, golly, I wish Don hadn't done that. I didn't need that much help. He brought up Dwayne Gish's foolish business about the garter snake and the donkey milk and the butterbean. If you care to, if I don't have that on our website, I will shortly. This is very famous. They've been trying to get Dwayne Gish to retract this bit of nonsense for about the last 20 years. And he keeps, I don't know, Dwayne Gish has abandoned it entirely. It's still in his published works. Don Patton needs to dump it because it's not well supported. It's been well refuted. Checking my pen, how am I doing? Okay. And I encourage you to look it up. Once again, go to our website. We're a public service organization. We provide information. We go get information from real scientists, people who actually do the work. We put it on our website. We put links to it so you can go and read the original source. And I have up here just a little bit. I noticed I didn't mention the appendix. This is what in the argument in the debate is called a straw man. I'm not going to stand up and say we don't need the appendix. Maybe we do. I'm not an MD. But I didn't bring it up, and I didn't use it. You bring up something like the appendix when you don't have a very good argument. You bring up something that you can easily defeat. A straw man is really not a very good fighter. You put up a straw man and say, look, this is the enemy, and then you destroy it, which in the case of the appendix is maybe easier to do than the vestigial feet of the whale. If the vestigial feet of the whale were put there just to anchor some muscles, then why do they look like feet? Why do they have toes? Why isn't there something that functions better at anchoring the muscles than some feet that were left over from the whale's land ancestors? He says he has some real geologists and paleontologists looking at some things and saying, these are not whales. That's true. Whales are descended from things that are not whales. So what's the problem there? The preserved fish in the Green River. Once again, there's a link to that on our website. If you follow some of the material in the handouts that I gave you, you have real scientists, people who actually do work in this field, talking about the anaerobic conditions that existed on occasion, not always, that allow a specimen to be preserved long enough to be covered by several layers of yearly barbs. The chromosome count foolishness. This is easily debunked. I don't even know why Don brought this up. Any good biochemist can put this down. Obviously, there are some more primitive life forms like certain kinds of worms. There's a worm that I know, I can't remember his name exactly. It's got more chromosomes than the human being, of course. What does that say? My advice, rather than listen to a creationist lecture, go back and learn some of the material. Back in 1989, I started attending the MEOS lectures. I started hearing these weird arguments, and I thought to myself, you know, I need to learn more about this stuff. I was thinking, I was telling Jim earlier before the meeting, I need to go get a degree in geology. But then I thought, TI won't pay for that, but they will pay for a degree in physics. So I went back to school, and I got a master's degree in physics. The question I asked to the creationists, what are you willing to do? You have these questions. Why don't you go back to school, learn some of these things that you're talking about, so you no longer talk from ignorance, get a real degree, and then put yourself, do research alongside real scientists doing real science. I know a creationist who's a real scientist. He came to the meeting one time, and he said, look, guys, I'm a geologist. He says, I believe in God. I believe God created all this, but this young earth business is a bunch of crap. You send your kids to college, they're going to learn that all this stuff that you've been teaching them in church is a bunch of crap. One of the persons in the MEOS meeting says, well, then don't send them. And I guess that's the creationist approach to the whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you. And once we have the projectors going again, we're going to have a 5-minute meeting. Well, just, no, when he closes, that's it. You can't go long, but you can't go short.
Like in a high note.
Okay, we're ready? Great.
John mentions he's been going to the meetings for some time, which is, of course, true, and then writing it up, and it is online. But what he has online is disgusting. Let me show you. He just doesn't get it regarding the quotes. Here he says, and this is quoting from the newsletter online, where we have been able to cross-check the citations against the actual text, we have noted the classic out-of-context stunt is being pulled to make it appear that mainstream science supports the MEOS view. Well, I think I may have gotten him off of that in the presentation just a moment ago. These are evolutionists. They don't support the MEOS view. Absolutely not so. That's my point. I want you to know they're antagonistic witnesses. That makes their evidence, their testimony stronger. No, we are not saying that, but this is what he says we said that isn't true. He gives a specific example. Radiometric dating methods, says Don Patton, for example, are just about worthless, even according to the anti-creationist scientists such as William D. Stanfield, the author of The Science of Evolution. According to him, Stanfield said, these things are worthless. And you can get that impression from what he wrote because he gives all of the reasons why they're not that dependable, but he devoutly believes in them. He doesn't think they're worthless. In Patton's handout that he mentions, and that he mentions on the website, Patton says this, under the heading, this is my heading, Stanfield's answer, all the above methods for dating the age of the earth, and he's referring to young age methods, and he acknowledges there are a lot of reasons for a young earth. They're all questionable, though, he says. And then here's what I said about his conclusion, a method that appears to have much greater reliability for determining absolute ages of rocks is that of radiometric dating. Now, John says, he said they were worthless. What I actually said was he believed in it devoutly. He just doesn't get it. And he misrepresents, obviously, as the lady who talked about the appendix did. And of course, he brought up the vestigial organs with the whales. Why aren't they this way? Why aren't they that way? At this point, he's playing theologian. That's not the subject. Theologically, you might say it ought to be this way. I don't think John's had training in theology. He might have gotten a lot of training in physics, but he's lacking, sadly, in theology. And I'd be glad to try to sit down and discuss that subject, but that's not the subject today. He talked about Gish needing to, needing to retract the nonsense about the snake cholesterol. He gave no evidence. In fact, didn't even hear him say the snake didn't have cholesterol. Is that what you're saying? That's all. If you're saying the snake doesn't have cholesterol, you're going to be very foolishly embarrassed. The snake certainly does, and so do the other facts. I stand by that chart just as it was presented, and just saying it's nonsense. Of course, he presented the evidence, didn't he? No, that wasn't the case. He said, I misrepresented, and I had all of these things where it said exactly the opposite. Well, where's the example? It would have been, if he's got an example like that, don't you think he would have brought it and shown it to you? I can show you an example specific, as you just saw, where he claimed I misrepresented when I did not. Now, all of the quotes that I've used, he says we don't go to the original sources, are back there on the back table. You multiply them by about 4, that's there with them. Original sources, you go check for yourself. I have been, you can go. I want you to take that material and go look at it. Now, he said we don't go to the original sources, and then said I gave out handouts with the original sources on it. Isn't that interesting? He knew better when he said it to start with. But a whole page of the original sources with all of the quotes, you go see if they're, would I just misrepresent the thing entirely and then say, here, you go look at it? Well, you'll find out. Obviously, these men are evolutionists. You can get upset when you look at this and say, these men are evolutionists after all. Well, yes, that's the point. But they acknowledge points that are very detrimental to their position, and their acknowledging it makes it much more significant. Thank you very much.
Yes, I'm ready to go. Thank you, Don.
5 minutes closing, and that will conclude the debate.
All right. I'll just recapitulate. I'm so happy that Don brought part of the article from our newsletter back in May of 1992. I guess if I had been a psychic, I would have brought the entire article. It would have been very interesting to read. However, you can still go read the article. I stand by what I said. I was at the meeting. Don gave the presentation. He deliberately left the audience with the opinion that the author was against evolution, against radiometric dating, when the author really was not an enemy of radiometric dating. The author was picking some fine aspects of it. He obviously had some heartburn with some cases where it's misapplied. Once again, you got a copy of the link to the website. Please go check it out. On the website, there's an email link to me. You can send me an email right back to me in case I'm wrong. This is almost April of 2002. The thing has been out there for 10 years, and we've never gotten anyone who has had any heartburn with this. Maybe we'll get some in the future. Maybe we'll begin to get some. The deal about Dwayne Gish and the butter beans and the garter snake and the who was it who didn't have cholesterol and the cholesterol. I'll stand by that. And if I don't have a link to that on the website, we'll certainly put it. When I said that the creationists don't go back and check the original, I don't mean that Don doesn't read the original. Don reads the original. As far as I can tell, Don reads Science magazine of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, of which I'm a member and have a subscription. He reads Science News because I see many quotes from that. Don reads a lot of good science. The question is, why doesn't he put it all in his presentation? These articles are written by real scientists who've gone to school, studied hard, worked all the way through, taken all the quizzes, gone to work in the field, made it their life's work, and worked earnestly for years and compiled this information and written these items, written these articles. This is where the real science is. The real science is not found in these books that you see sold at the creationist meetings. They're not found. Real science is not found on these creationist websites. Creationists don't have any science. You'll notice we've been here since approximately a little after 3:30. Don has not put up any science that was in support of the creationist viewpoint. He's been attacking real science by quoting real scientists out of context, very little context for the entire quote. He says that we do not give our sources. I'm sorry that I can't go through and read my entire presentation from beginning to end. You have a copy of it. I've given copies on CD to Danny back here. You can get a copy of the CD for free. We don't sell anything. We're a public service organization. It's all right now. It's on the website right now. You can go get a copy of it. You can see all the sources, all the source material. Don has some heartburn with the paleo soils. Some very good scientists, real scientists doing real work, have determined how long it takes to form bauxite, for example, by the weathering of exposed rocks. These are very slow processes. They cannot be accelerated, and yet we have instances of this soil inside. The soil is where it was originally formed, not washed down from somewhere else, and it is many, many feet thick. All right, are we out of time? Okay. I'll just wind the dialogue down right now, and then we can get on to the question and answer period. Thank you very much for coming out.
Big thank you for both our debaters. That concludes the formal part of the debate. We're now going to move on to question and answer. The way we're going to structure this is we're going to first have a question for Dr. Patton. You'll have up to 2 minutes to give an answer, and then John Blanton will be able to comment on the answer, and then we're going to switch. So we'll be able to pose a question to John Blanton, to which Dr. Patton will be able to respond. Okay, so first, questions for Dr. Patton. We have one over here to the gray shirt.
Hi, Mike Jordan. First of all, Dr. Patton, I really want to
One other question, one other point really quick I forgot to make, is that when you ask a question, no editorializing. If you have a comment about the presentation, give it to him afterwards. I want to hear one sentence with a question mark at the end. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
When I restructure just a moment. Regarding the quotes that you used from Stephen Gould, don't you think it's completely disingenuous when you avoided the fact that he was setting the stage for his punctuated equilibrium theory of explaining when he was questioning the models and the elements of the existing Darwinist theory, that what he was setting the stage for was punctuated equilibrium, in the same way that Ptolemy's original model of the universe was theorized as circular and then modified by later discovered evidence by Galileo's ellipse. So the question is, don't you think it's disingenuous for you to overlook that where he was going?
Okay, I think that was loud enough that I don't need to repeat it.
Okay. There are various ways to explain different phenomena. One could be disingenuous. One could be I didn't have enough time. I understand the frustration and somewhat agree with what you're saying. Yes, he is admitting these things because he thinks he has another answer. And I wish I had to talk about his other answer. That's on my, as you can see, on the laptop here. Let me go to what punctuated equilibrium is. The reasons you don't find all these fossils is because it went too fast and you can't really see it. You have unobserved mechanisms. They don't know why it went that fast. They have unobserved fossils, and they're telling you a story about why you don't observe them. On the other hand, we have observed mechanisms, observed fossils. I think it's obvious which is better science. I think Colin Patterson really hit the nail on the head. He said, well, it seems that they've accepted that the fossil record doesn't give them the support they would value, so they searched around to find another model and found one. When you haven't got the evidence, you make up a story that'll fit the lack of evidence. This is not an explanation. It's a reason why you don't have the fossils, and that's not really good science. We have better science than that. But yes, that's true. He's saying these things because he thinks he has the other answer. I think the other answer is worse than the one he had to start with, as does Patterson, who's curator of the British Museum of Natural History.
Okay, John Blanton, 2 minutes, up to 2 minutes to comment on.
Okay, regarding Stephen Jay Gould's comments taken out of context, when you first heard, when Don gave you that line, when he gave you that presentation, you had in your mind some idea that he was trying to convey. He's a very good speaker, and he put across this idea. Think for a moment, don't answer me right now, think for a moment, what was the idea that you were getting across? Now, I'm going to go out on a limb, I'm going to guess that the idea that you saw being put to you was that Stephen Jay Gould didn't think much of evolution. Now, this is what the speaker wanted to convey. Why is he doing it this way when we know that Stephen Jay Gould is one of the greatest champions of evolution in the public forum today? And the answer is, you've seen some quotes, some remarks taken out of context. You don't see the whole thing. You go back and read Stephen Jay Gould's life's work, and you tell me if here is a guy who finds some problem with evolution.
Okay, and now a question for John Blanton. Anyone without a language who has a question? Try to get questions in equal spirit. Okay, right there with the green shirt.
Yes, in your...
No, these are questions for John Blanton, for Dr. Patton.
Oh,
Okay, if you have a question for Dr. Patton, you need to say it for the next round.
okay.
Okay, how about in the very back with the peach shirt?
Okay, yeah, I have a question. You talked about the number of chromosomes, but you didn't really fully address it. Can you talk a little bit about complexity and its relationship to evolution? Is it always true that more complex organisms are considered older?
Knowing absolutely nothing about biology, and nothing about paleontology, and nothing about geology, I'm going to answer it, that evolution does not always produce more complex organisms. Like I've said, we noted some worms that have more chromosomes than people, more base pairs than the human DNA. The human DNA is by no means the most complicated, the most extensive DNA. However, once again, you need to go back to someone who really knows about this material and ask them. Read the literature, read Science magazine, even read Nature, read Scientific American, which is a nice magazine for the lay reader, and learn about this stuff. This is not something that evolution requires, is that things get more complex.
Yes. I'd just say first that anybody that got the impression that I was saying Gould didn't think much of evolution is not ever going to get it. Regarding the question, are they more complex because they're older? We take the example of the trilobite, which was John's example. The trilobite is an astoundingly complex organism. This is found in abundance, in variety, great diversity, right at that lowest layer, the explosion of the Cambrian. It has eyes that are just spectacularly complex, more complex than our own. Corrected for chromatic aberration, we've only been able to do that in the last 50 years. If you buy a lens for your camera that's corrected that way, you've got to pay a whole lot more for it. This was not a simple creature. Differentiated head and tail and thorax with complex respiratory system and nervous system. That's the bottom. That's very complex. They lived on the bottom of the ocean. That's where we expect to find them, lowest, but not because they're simple. Any idea that they're simple. Now, the evolutionist predicts that there would be simple critters there, but that is not the case. Their prediction is falsified, and ours we find delightful.
Okay, we're going to do one more round, so questions for Dr. Patton. You, in the green shirt, you had a question earlier.
Yes, your slide that you just had, you said it showed that you had an observed mechanism. But I never see or anywhere where creationists try to explain how their creator allegedly created the hippopotamus from scratch. What is your observed mechanism of how this happened?
Okay. I had to run through that real quick, and I can understand how you would get that misimpression. I was talking about the mechanism for punctuated equilibrium. It started out actually back in the 30s where Goldsmith came up with what he called the hopeful monster mechanism, where he says that mama reptile laid an egg and a bird hatched out. And most of the geneticists thought he was the one that laid the egg. But then Gould picked up on it and said he's going to call it punctuated equilibrium, that it just real quick went too fast. And he imagines maybe some change in the hot genes or something but it's never been observed. It's a totally unobserved mechanism to do this rapid change that's so fast you don't see it, that explains why the gaps are there. And so he has the unobserved mechanism and he has the unobserved fossils and explaining why they're not there, as compared to the observed mechanism that is reproducing one kind after another kind. Every time you see reproduction, you see our mechanism for reproduction. It is after its kind, and we see millions of them. We've got all kinds of examples observing that mechanism. Now, I wasn't talking about the creative mechanism, and I don't have a clue for that.
Why don't they even attempt to explain how?
Because it is, the implication is this is not natural. This is supernatural, because we can't get something for nothing, and yet we got something, and so it is something we don't know about. That's a logical process. Not really the subject today. That's a theological, philosophical subject. We're talking about the fossil record, hopefully.
I'm sorry that Don really didn't get around to explaining the method of creation, and the reason is there isn't one. The creationists don't do science. They let the scientists go off and do science, and then they go pick at it. And there's so much science out there, so much to pick at. Don equates punctuated equilibrium with the hopeful monster. And I have to ask this question. If Don is so astute, and he studied this so much, and he studied geology and biology for all this time, how come he doesn't know the real explanation for punctuated equilibrium? How come he doesn't know what it is? He doesn't know Gould's explanation. Gould and Niles Eldridge developed about 30 years ago. I mentioned before that I don't have a degree in geology. I didn't take any geology courses in school. I didn't take any biology courses when I went to college. I avoided those. So you have to ask, well, who is he to come and go against creationism? Who is he to defend science against the attack of creationism? And I say, why should it be so easy that I can do it? If someone like me just comes in off the street, background is in engineering and physics and math, why am I able to debate this? Why do the creationists make it so easy for us?
Okay, one final question for Don Blanton, and that'll be it. Okay, in the back with the shirt. Chair recognizes.
I thought you might call me by name, John.
I'm sorry.
If evolution is false and creation is true, shouldn't there be some kind of dramatic disconfirmation of evolution, for example, by finding a house cat skeleton in the same strata as a triceratops? Why would we not find angiosperms, say, arose in the same strata as a trilobite? It seems to me that there should be something that would dramatically disconfirm evolution if in fact it is false.
This is a good question. I like that. This is something that the creationists have brought up. Says, look, evolution doesn't make any predictions. It doesn't. There's no experimentation in evolution. In fact, there is. Evolution makes these predictions, as Tim Gorski pointed out. go to the fossil record. See if you find any contradiction. We've been looking at the fossil record seriously for over 200 years now. We haven't found any contradiction. Don will mention probably some cases where we have maybe a thing called the Malachite Man, some human remains in some ancient sandstone. This has been very well refuted. He's going to probably mention some fossils, some beddings in which younger fossils appear beneath older fossils. He's not going to explain how the geological formations got folded and turned over, or the evidence that the geologists have for determining when this happened, like the deformation of the rock, the heating of the rock that occurs when this happens, and the fact that you can see things that are obviously upside down, such as little scallops on the tops of soil when it's formed that point up, and then after the thing has been turned over, points down. The thing is, in all of the over 200 years of looking at this, we've never found any contradiction of evolution in the fossil record.